Curiosity outweighing caution, the expedition approached Orin's resolve. Scaling one of the crooked weirdstone pillars, they reached the solitary building perched impossibly above the chaos. Only up close did they see every brick was etched with glowing Oimic runes, anchoring the structure to reality itself. They slipped through the narrow door into ghostly stillness. No wind, no distant weirdness, only silence, thick enough to taste. It felt like stepping into a town that should be bustling, yet held only dust and memory. Weird creatures shunned the place, leaving it pristine but abandoned. Inside lay a tiny armory, storerooms stocked with food that would never spoil, bunk beds for a dozen, and a garden thriving beneath hanging crystals that cast soft, unnatural light. Clearly, Orin had built this as a permanent haven for any soul mad enough to brave Tuathan. Yet, bloodstains darkened several mattresses and splattered the floor, evidence of a desperate, doomed stand. Along the doorframe, dozens of tally marks had been carved, each stroke likely a day spent. Exhausted, they claimed the clean bunks and slept. That night, a dream, unmistakably Orin's memory, seized them. The exploration team is fewer and fewer. Many went missing, many others died. No one wants to continue the research, and you don't have enough resolve to force them. It looks like this whole effort was for nothing. The construction of this shelter, the death of all these bright people, you should never have explored this place. It's not meant for humans. In the vision, they watched the last archdruid abandon his refuge, leaving his companions to perish one by one in the weirdness beyond the walls. Awakening inside Orin's resolve, the expedition felt an almost shameful reluctance to leave the only pocket of sanity they had known in days. Yet gratitude burned brighter than comfort. Whether Orin ever realized it or not, his doomed refuge had become the lifeline that gave later expeditions a fighting chance to reach Tuathan's heart. They descended the crooked pillar and plunged once more into the swirling weirdness. Before them sprawled the ancient four-dweller capital, once proud, now a living ruin. Streets rearranged themselves like restless serpents. Buildings slid sideways or folded in on themselves with impossible geometry. It was calmer than the Age of Legends cataclysm, yet still a labyrinth that devoured the unwary. Time lost all meaning. Hours stretched into days, days into weeks, or perhaps only minutes, while reality frayed at the edges. The expedition felt Tuathan feeding on them. Muscles ached with unnatural fatigue, thoughts grew sluggish, skin prickled with the suspicion of change. Orin's final warning echoed relentlessly. Prolonged exposure would not merely weaken them, it would mutate them into something lesser, something devolved. Terror of becoming monsters gnawed at their minds, and in Tuathan, thoughts had a nasty habit of becoming real. They forced the fear down, clinging to a purpose. Yet the deeper they pressed, the more the paths seemed to conspire toward a single destination. Intent became gravity, will became direction. After an eternity compressed into heartbeats, the chaos ahead coalesced. Finally, after days, or what felt like a lifetime, of incomprehensible travel, they saw it. You've seen so many beautiful and terrifying things in the realm of the Four Dwellers, yet you have no doubt this is the pinnacle of your journey. From all sides, from above and from below, the city converges in a single point, the Eye of the Storm. An impossible stone citadel suspends here, upside down, its towers hanging like stalactites. A path twisting around itself like a ribbon leads to the open gate, and a mighty statue stands on its head. There's no mistake. This is Camelot. As you approach the gate, you wonder how it could end up here, until you almost trip over the severed arm of a four-dweller warrior. His tar-like blood seeps between the cobblestones. Someone was recently here. Conflicting urges tore through the expedition. Some felt compelled to rush in and save whoever battled within. Others wanted to abandon the Grail at the bridge and flee. A few urged cautious investigation. Choosing to enter the inverted Camelot, they found it strangely sheltered, its weirdness muted like Orin's resolve. Crossing the bridge, they spotted a four-dweller corpse. Very rare, for few survived the Age of Legends. Another lay nearby. Advancing warily, they reached the courtyard. Dozens of four-dwellers sprawled in fresh slaughter. Weird steel weapons lay bent and shattered. Beneath the warped, half-human, half-four-dweller statue of Arthur, what might have been the last of their kind had been annihilated in a recent cataclysmic bloodbath. Whatever drove them to risk extinction was beyond comprehension. Scouring the citadel, the expedition pieced together the massacre's story. In the throne room, a niche perfectly shaped for the Grail sat empty atop the dais, Niante's work months prior. As they produced the true relic, a low groan echoed from where the round table should stand, chilling the air with the promise of something still alive in this tomb. Feeling the need to hurry, the expedition reverently returned the Grail to its resting place, uncomfortably undoing the sacrifice of the first expedition. Rushing toward the groan, the expedition reached the warped round table. No proud circle of oak remained. Instead, a writhing pool of black-red blood pulsed where the table once stood. Around it, statues mimicked the Round Table Knights, yet some were grotesquely malformed. Limbs twisted, faces melted. One statue then shifted. It was no effigy. A hulking behemoth rose. Arthur, the once and future king, reduced to monstrous silence. Terror rooted the expedition. He had carved through dozens of four-dwellers to reach this chamber. If he wished them dead, their lives would end in heartbeats. What had the four-dwellers feared so greatly that they threw their last warriors against them? Could a restored Arthur mend what he broke? As you approach, Arthur steps to the side, revealing what occupied him when you entered the chamber. The legendary blade Excalibur protrudes from the pulsating chunk of weirdstone at the end of the room. In silence, the hulking giant presents you his hands, pierced and torn, but with nary a drop of blood. He gestures toward the sword in the weirdstone, with its spike-covered grip you've heard so many times about. Excalibur, the witchblade of the ancient homelands, said to bring incredible power at an incredible cost, awaits your hand. However, before you have a chance to approach it, a mocking voice sounds in the dark. So here you are, my king. Oh, what a sight you are. Morgane enters the room with a smirking knight of the Round Table, Gaheris, at her side. The king pierces you with a sad look. No, these fools didn't know, Morgane explains. I followed them since they've entered this place. I knew they would be drawn here, to their birthplace, the place where your rule failed. The expedition stood frozen between a broken god king and the sorceress who had waited centuries for this moment. Though the board game offers choices, one path feels canonical. Arthur's gestures reveal what I believe is the truth. Excalibur must be drawn from Tuathan's heart. Unknown to the expedition, the blade had bled the realm for centuries, warping life's sacred cycle. Only a hand willing to embrace agony could free it, gripping the spike-riddled hilt. Bayor stepped forward. Morgaine shrieked that removing the sword would doom humanity on Avalon. Undeterred, Beor seized the pommel, last touched 650 years ago. Pain erupted like molten iron in his veins. He nearly collapsed as fire coursed through him. Yet he held on, knowing Excalibur's power demanded a blood price. Morgaine, snapping from shock, commanded Gaheris to attack. The black-armored knight charged, but Arthur's hulking form and the expedition's battle-hardened skill overwhelmed him. Gaheris fell, only for Morgaine to summon opalescent weirdness, resurrecting him as an undead, pain-immune horror. The fight turned brutal. The expedition, battered but unbroken, destroyed the Revenant forever. Morgaine does not linger to see the end of combat. As you overpower her creation, she weaves a spell and disappears. You're alone with your king. Arthur steps to the side, pointing once more to Excalibur, its hilt now covered with your blood. You grab it once more. This time, the painful sensation is familiar, just like the exhilaration washing over you as the sword begins to shift. You draw it from the stone and raise it upwards. Immediately, the citadel slowly melts, stones bending and running like wax, left too near a flame. Arthur gestures toward the exit. It is time for you to go. You look at him one last time, a titan ravaged by endless cycles of death and rebirth, and you know he will not follow. In silence, the expedition left the melting throne room, carrying Excalibur and the weight of a king who they would never again see. As the inverted Camelot dissolved into molten ruin, the expedition fled. Arthur's broken husk vanished into the chaos. Removing Excalibur had torn the cosmic balance. The last Four-Dwellers surged toward the heart to reclaim their birthright, and the fragile paths that once guided humans now writhed like a dying serpent. Reality itself was bleeding out. The expedition ran blind through the shifting weirdness. Landmarks vanished, distances stretched or collapsed without warning. Riverfall's escape route was gone. Human logic frayed, up became down, forward became backward. Battered by battles and endless marching without true rest, they staggered onward, lungs burning, minds fraying. Their only hope was to find Orin's resolve. Yet when they reached familiar ground, recognizing their own footprints, the sanctuary had vanished. Strange, dragging scars led eastward, as if the building itself had uprooted and crawled away like a restless beast seeking a new refuge. Following the impossible trail, they found Orin's resolve relocated, its 4 weirdstone legs planted in fresh chaos. Climbing a pillar that moments ago had been a leg, they slipped inside the same dusty armory, storeroom, and crystal-lit garden. Though stripped of most supplies on their last visit, the bunks remained, a fleeting island of sanity amid a world coming apart at the seams. Dawn brought grim certainty. This was the final trial. Orin's warning rang in their bones. Linger too long, and the weirdness would unmake them forever. Already they felt it, something alien uncoiling beneath their skin. Feverish, nauseous, limbs trembling with unnatural weight, the 5 knew they teetered on the edge of becoming something else. Staying together was their only anchor. They staggered into the weirdness, and the world dissolved into madness. Four-Dweller ruins swirled like oil on water. Streets folded, buildings breathed. When they reached out for balance, palms met warm flesh and the pulsing sinew instead of stone. Knees buckled, some retched, others screamed as unseen things shifted inside their chests, tugging organs like hooks. Crawling now, bellies scraping over meat moss and cartilage, they dragged one another forward, while the weirdness whispered that humanity was a dream already forgotten. Time lost meaning. Hours, days, centuries, impossible to tell. The deeper they went, the thicker the corruption grew, as though Tuathan itself hungered to finish what it started. Beneath skin, something writhed, seeking birth. Then, through blood-smeared vision, they saw them. Colossal cloaked statues, looming in the haze. The mouth of Tuathan, the last gate out of this place. A ragged cheer tore from cracked throats. The least afflicted hauled the writhing, half-transformed others, inch by agonizing inch, toward the statue's shadowed maw and the promise of escape before the weirdness claimed what remained of their souls. In a haze of agony, Neve glimpsed Aubert's half-buried corpse, where his journey came to an end. Rage and grief ignited resolve. They would not join him. Screaming through searing pain, she shoved her companions onward, refusing to let centuries of sacrifice end here. Then, her hope shattered. At the valley's mouth, the Four-Dweller champion paced, a blade gleaming, the same one that slew Yvain. It had waited patiently for its prey to crawl, broken, into the reach. Drunk on torment, Neve staggered forward, twin daggers trembling. She knew one person could not fell it, yet prayed to every god Avalon ever knew, trusting that Tuathan's powers might carry her plea. In answer, every scrap of food and gold vanished from her pack. Warmth flooded her veins. Pain receded. Vision was cleared. The gods had answered at a price. Glancing back, she saw her friends inches from total mutation, seconds from becoming monsters beside Aubert's bones. Even victory would cost lives the Four-Dweller would claim before falling. The Four-Dweller struck with an alien strength, and Neve parried and dodged frantically. Trying to speak and plea for it to stop, it would not listen. The Four-Dweller could see in her one good eye that she was a natural-born deceiver. Jumping out of the way to avoid a fatal blow, Neve was desperate. She threw down her daggers and tore off her eye patch, revealing the scarred socket beneath. Hands raised in surrender, voice steady for the first time in days, she called for parley. Steel flashed, the same weird steel that ended Yvain. Neve stood unarmed, offering herself so the others might live. Neve squeezed her eyes shut, awaiting the killing stroke. Instead, alien thoughts wormed into her mind, visions like the Pale Ladies at Mirror Lake. She saw Tuathan in its golden age, spires of living crystal, skies singing with light, Four-Dwellers laughing in gardens and starlight. Then came the grief, centuries of slaughter, children lost, culture burned to ash. A single searing question burned through her. Why spare the children of those who stole everything from him? Wordlessly, Neve pointed to Excalibur. Silence fell, broken only by her companion's labored crawling toward the threshold. She had undone Arthur's ancient wound. Tuathan could breathe again, its lords perhaps return. Beor still trembled from tearing the thorn from its heart. Surely that was worth mercy. The champion's blade lowered. 3 eyes studied her for an endless moment. Then, with impossible gentleness, he seized her 4 barely conscious friends by their shoulders and dragged them across the boundary where Tuathan went into human reality. Without a backward glance, he summoned a cloak of weirdness and vanished. The borrowed strength fled from Neve like a receding tide. Pain roared back. Exhaustion crushed her. She collapsed, beside her companions in a tangled heap at the very mouth of Tuathan. 5 broken bodies breathing in ragged unison against the howling wind. Before diving in, I need to address a key consequence I glossed over last time, one that the expedition didn't understand at the moment. When Excalibur was pulled from Tuathan's heart and the Four Dwellers began reclaiming their realm, the soul cycle resumed. As I mentioned episodes ago, Arthur driving Excalibur into Tuathan's heart nearly 650 years ago during the Age of Legends had frozen the cycle. In the homelands, souls could no longer enter the material world. Babies were born lifeless, and survivors survived in a grotesque half-existence, unnaturally long lives, yet it seems to be that they were mindless and sedentary. Combined with the Red Death's plague bearers, this apocalypse nearly erased humanity. Only the Picts, and perhaps some scattered others, adapted, though the lore leaves them unexplored. Avalonians, isolated by the Exodus, assumed that the homelands became extinct from the plague alone. In truth, removing Excalibur restored the cycle. Souls flowed once more, and babies were able to draw breath with their spirits intact. Humanity in the homelands returned to a semblance of normalcy, hope flickering in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Plague bears and Fomorian invasions remained threats, but life, true life, had returned to a world long dead. Though scarred and brutal, the homelands could rebuild, humanity rising from extinction once again. The expedition awoke in a shock. Muffled voices pierced the haze. Groggy, they groped for their weapons, but their bodies were too weak to obey. Their last memories then flickered. The weirdness tendrils and twisting flesh. The blue sky just out of reach. Incense and herbs choked the air around them. Senses began to sharpen. They recognized an infirmary. Nearby figures summoned an officer, and an elderly, bearded man greeted them. Familiar, yet they couldn't place the name. He was instinctively a friend. "You took your sweet time, you know." The commander started doubting my skills. You nod to Orin, the last of Merlin's apprentices in Avalon, as you're too weak to say anything. He continues. "You were found at the mouth of the Valley of Guardians, half naked and half dead. The patrol thought you were some new weird spawn and wanted to finish you off. Fortunately, the commander of Longbarrow was wiser. A lot has happened since you went into Tuathan, but we'll speak of it later. For now, rest and regain your strength." Over days of slow recovery, they learned a month had passed in the human world since entering Tuathan, though they recalled sleeping only twice amid the time-warping weirdness. Avalon had adapted without them. Once Orin deemed them strong enough, he delivered some grim news. Crow's Nest had officially won the War of the Three Lords. Timberwall lay razed and Farshire was obliterated. Only Crow's Nest rivaled Camelot's standing. A quick note, this holds unless you believe that the expedition backed Timberwall or Farshire canonically. Ignoring the war actually crowns Lord Mordred as the victor, which does strengthen its canonicity. As before, though, evidence leans towards supporting Crow's Nest, though I'll always cherish the possibility that it was Timberwall. The next revelation chilled them deeper. Four Dwellers now roamed Avalon openly. Not the overwhelming hordes of the Age of Legends, but enough to seize the island's outskirts as their own. The weirdness had evolved, too. Moving with deliberate malice, striking settlements in sudden, warping assaults, If menhirs failed or Oamic runes weren't strong enough, it invaded villages like a predator, twisting everything in an instant. Hope evaporated to most Avalonians. Eviction by foredwellers or being consumed by weirdness felt inevitable. Arthur was lost forever, the Round Table was halved at best, and only Crow's Nest rivaled Camelot. The expedition's thoughts raced to Connacht, their home. Orin nodded gravely at their questions. While they recovered in Longbarrow, tales of the 5 survivors braving Tuathin spread across Avalon. 3 letters arrived. Orin had opened them during their unconsciousness. Brushing aside privacy concerns, they read. Connacht's plea was desperate. Their menhir teetered on death. Extinction was days away. They begged the expedition's return to save them. Camelot demanded an urgent audience, and a western settlement offered an enigmatic proposal. Gearing up, they discovered most of their belongings were actually gone, stolen by those presuming them dead or seized as payment for Longbarrow's care. Frustration boiling, Orin gathered them for one final explanation. Travel was nearly impossible. The weirdness swallowed the roads, spawning horrors unseen in centuries across undulating lands. Yet Orin harbored a solemn plan, his expression heavy with what Avalon had become. Orin leaned in, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. What I'm about to tell you is a secret known only to the lineage of Merlin's apprentices. The guardian menhirs are not what you and other people of Avalon believe that they are. Arthur and Merlin didn't create them. They only adapted them to a different purpose. Initially, these statues were a place of worship. You see, foredwellers believe that when they die, depending on the judgment passed by their gods, they either ascend to the higher plane of existence beyond the stars, or descend to the lower one. This cold, unmoving hell lacks the grace of weirdness, a place that takes their third eye as well as 2 of their arms, where they lead short, painful lives with little chance of ever reincarnating into higher beings. That would be our world. The menhirs allowed the foredwellers to peer into this hell and commune with their dead. Merlin found a way to enhance the powers of these statues and extend their range, bringing the laws of our world to the entire vicinity of the menhir. In the end, he planned to create guardian statues of his own, but his death cut the plans short. But I have his notes. It's a long shot, but maybe we could build something to help you travel through the weirdness. A glint of sadness flickered in Orin's eyes, but the expedition held silent, absorbing the truth. Packing what little remained after most of their belongings had vanished, stolen or seized by Longbarrow, they set off on Orin's task. First, they had to retrieve some Stone Shaper's tools. I believe that these are the Dalriada artifacts from the Forlorn Swords, replicated in Arthur's court during Camelot's founding. Orin needed them to forge a new menhir-like device, enabling safe passage through the weirdness to salvage humanity's remnants on Avalon. The expedition had scant clues for the Stone Shaper tools. The engineers aiding Earfear at the first farmhold likely wielded a pair for the menhir repairs. The Forlorn Swords, renowned for near-supernatural smithing from the Dalriada, could also have them, or Farshire, obsessed with ancient relics, could have a museum or a wealthy collector hoarding such a rarity. Whatever lead that they pursued, the unforgiving weirdness lay in wait. Fortunately, the serene visage offered sanctuary near Longbarrow, its enigmatic properties sustaining near normalcy amid the chaos. Venturing into weird tangled depths, they discovered foredwellers far more prevalent, the weirdness birthing deadlier abominations. Survival had always been brutal, but now only elite knights or hardened mercenaries dared the roads. Even caravans faced grim odds against prowling foredwellers, ambushing giants, and resurfacing worms. To most Avalonians, severed trade routes and merciless weirdness heralded humanity's extinction. Foredwellers reclaiming their birthright while the island devoured its intruders in waves of unrelenting horror. Regardless of the path taken, the Stone Shaper tools were eventually acquired, and with them secured, the expedition turned to the next rarity, a giant slab of pure weirdstone. Centuries of artisans had depleted most deposits, with surviving slabs requisitioned by Camelot for menhir repairs. Brainstorming ideas, they recalled Devastation, a far western mine discovered hundreds of years ago, rumored to harbor pristine weirdstone suitable for Orin's menhir-like device. The grueling trek westward culminated in Devastation's vista. This place remained out of the protective range of a menhir for a very long time. The results are plain to see. The land is rippled and furrowed like an old man's brow. The trees grow upside down from the solidified waves of rock and dirt. A stream boils on one end and freezes on the other. Descending into the ancient mine, Torchlight battled impenetrable darkness, shadows writhing like living things. The corridors felt like a beast's intestines, swallowing them deeper. Unease mounting, they reached a clearing, an alien altar bearing a desiccated human heart, whispering morbid history. Pressing on, another passage revealed corpses of failed adventurers. In the midst of looting, a final opening led to a vast chamber laced with weirdstone lattices, pristine slabs gleaming. Unbeknownst to them, their chisels defiled a carved history of Avalon itself, written in a language that no one living could understand. Hacking free a massive slab, the expedition shouldered their prize and sought escape from the mine's suffocating depths. Likely rigging pulleys, the expedition hauled the massive weirdstone slab. Its crushing weight made long distances punishing, even with donkeys or horses straining alongside. After days of grueling travel, they camped and encountered seasoned adventurers who warned of foredwellers amassing in Tuathan, with elite reclaimers sighted on Avalon. Dismissing the Age of Legends warriors as extinct, the expedition awoke to the proof. Reclaimers had returned, far deadlier than the champion that they had battled months ago. Evading these formidable foes, they rerouted to Longbarrow and Orin. Orin directs you to bring the stone to his study, locks the door, and gets to work, chiseling the stone with surprising strength. Thanks to your help, soon a rough outline of a hooded figure emerges. As you work, he educates you about menhirs. There's much of which you were not aware. For one, the menhirs are older than our presence in Avalon. They existed here since times foredwellers themselves barely remember, though they had a different purpose back then. You wouldn't comprehend without years of studying the dark arts, so let's say the war between humanity and the foredwellers is more than just a military conflict. It is a war of worlds, unable to coexist. To them, our world is one of the vilest places imaginable, though at the same time they are fascinated by it. The Four Dwellers experimented with our reality, just like our necromancers and witches experiment with other planes of existence. Merlin used this to his advantage. When everything is ready, Orin turns back to you. For the first time, you see fear on his wrinkled face. There's just one thing left, a final price to pay. One life will imbue this stone with living essence and keep the door between realms ajar. Orin's words hung heavily. The cost of safety and salvation was a single life among them. The expedition exchanged uneasy glances as silence stretched. Was Orin offering himself? Was he seeking a volunteer? Or was he going to compel someone? His power strong enough to enforce that. Maggot, looking among his friends, knew what he was going to have to do. Knowing he was a haunted addict chosen by Yvain for reasons only the dead knew, he raised his hand. Before protests arose, Orin smiled sadly. None of the expeditioners would suffice. Their warped essences were guardian spirits and would reincarnate forever, unbound to any object. And Orin also refused to claim any other innocent life. As Orin prepares to finish the ritual, he has one last thing to say. You will be alone soon, wielding a power no one else in Avalon has. I will not be there to guide you, so for the sake of everything that happened, please put this power to good use. He sighs and continues. People of your town trusted in Camelot. Camelot trusted in Arthur and the Grail, but it all led to naught. They were all mistaken. We shouldn't look for our salvation behind us, in kings of old or forgotten relics. We shouldn't repeat the cycles of old. The only hope is ahead, hidden somewhere among the secrets of this island. Please, make good use of your time and tools, and maybe the fall of Avalon won't be the end of us all. Orin hugs you warmly and then reclines on the rough, menhir-like shape. A sharp knife flashes. Blood quickly leaves the old man's body and drains into the stone. Soon you are alone, with a faintly glowing, ominous menhir before you. With that, the last archmage of the Age of Legends perished, Merlin's final apprentice and known kin. Though future lore might change things in the future, in the original saga, this marked the end of Merlin's bloodline. What remained was Orin's crude menhir, his living legacy, a beacon allowing its bearer to traverse Avalon's weirdness without a menhir or Oimic runes or charms. In the silence of Longbarrow, 5 wary souls inherited a fragile hope, Orin's final gift to a world sliding into shadow, proof that even in Avalon's twilight, one life willingly given could light the path for many. The expedition stood in silence, absorbing the historical moment of the death of Merlin's last known apprentice and kin. To the expedition, there was no telling why Orin felt such a need to sacrifice himself. Was he atoning for things he had done? Or perhaps he did so to atone for Merlin and all of his apprentices combined, knowing it was them who caused countless predicaments and catastrophes over the centuries. For a final time, the world was opened up to the expedition, but instead of the fate of their small village of Connacht being the people on the balance, all of Avalon was on the brink of ruin. Orin could no longer give sage advice. Now they were truly alone and on their own. Most faction leaders either were in hiding or were preparing for the coming catastrophic changes in the fall of Avalon. All they had to go on were the 3 letters from Connacht, Camelot, and the Mystery Western Settlement. Depending on your choices during the War of the Three Lords, the lord you sided with is the Mystery Western Settlement. At this point in the game, you have several options of ending the game early, but I will tell the story from the perspective of the most human lives being preserved and attempt to continue the tale, assuming the expedition keeps the same allies. Also, I will go over the letters in more detail in the next episode. Packing their belongings, the expedition realized they needed advice from someone they could trust. The only sage that they trusted was the Pale Lady. Though she was emotional, they believed whatever advice she gave would be far better than what anyone else could provide. They went on their way to Mirror Lake. The crude menhir harboring Orin's soul made travel significantly easier. Wherever the expedition traveled, Orin's spirit would push back the weirdness for safe passage. The statue also was small enough that it could be lugged across the entirety of Avalon, if needed. The dying menhirs were a detriment to most people, but to the expedition's personal safety, it was no longer a concern. Reaching Mirror Lake, the expedition was awestruck. The once magical lake was now completely dry. For centuries, the people of Connacht and Avalonians as a whole from around the island would come to the lake to ask for aid. To see such a stark contrast to how the landmark once appeared was heartbreaking, and one of the hardest sights to see. Climbing down the basin, the expedition reached the bottom of her tower. Heading up the tower was far easier, as the kelp created easy footholds even for those not good at climbing. Finding the entrance, the expedition went through the doorway. The Pale Lady was paler than usual, and was clearly drained emotionally. The expedition asked for anywhere that humanity could survive, as there were countless refugees throughout Avalon, and the lords of the land were too self-serving to aid the people. At first, she explained that some land is naturally far from Tuathan and livable for humanity, as it was during the Age of Legends, such as where Arthur originally landed the fleet, what Avalon called the Derelict Fleet. Reluctantly, the Pale Lady then told them of the Serene Visage. It was made by a death cult, obsessed with wanting to open a gate into the afterlife. It was far strong enough to push back the weirdness even now, and in addition had seals that allowed for Four-Dwellers to enter. If the expedition could break those seals, it could be a haven for humanity. They already had noticed its unbroken power despite the encroaching weirdness and coming fall of Avalon. Unlike the menhirs, the Serene Visage was not fading, or at least not nearly as fast as the ones found elsewhere. Sure, living inside a skull may not be ideal, but beggars can't be choosers. Since the expedition had traversed long ago through the surrounding land of the Serene Visage, the expedition had learned the tricks of this peculiar, giant menhir-like statue. Its properties were a mystery, but for the menhirs and Orin's crude menhirs both to require a being to be in a state between life and death, the five likely concluded that this statue may have been a powerful entity that the Four-Dwellers created in a long-forgotten age and put into a sleep-like eternal paralysis. Exploring the maze within the Visage, they came across the seals and broke them. The weirdness and Four-Dwellers were now unable to enter the Visage. A haven was created for whatever remnants remained, but the expedition needed to find far more havens than just one. The next place that came to mind was the first farmhold, formerly Tainted Grail. It survived against Four-Dwellers for the entirety of the Age of Legends. Also, with Earfear and the artisans' work on the dead men here, a settlement could survive both the weirdness and the increased foredwellers crawling out of Tuathan. The only problem was the giant, ancient worm that had slain the inhabitants weeks ago, including Earfear. Stealing their courage, the expedition went to the lair of the ancient worm, climbing up the ring fort and gazing at the gaping hole of the worm's lair. It surely would be an extremely arduous fight, and one only the knights from the Age of Legends or Arthur himself had tales of besting. Climbing into the ring fort, previously they had been cautious, but now the worm would be hunted. The expedition's fighting prowess had become legendary in the days of the fall of Avalon, and it was now the time to test if they could live up to the praise. Your battle with the beast on the silent arena of the ancient ring fort was worthy of song. Now the creature lies dead, and First Farmhold is ready to shelter humans in dire times once again. The ounces of sweat and blood was worth every drop. This would provide another settlement to survive again. However, the ring fort was left in a mess, with scattered tents and a large carcass slowly decaying. Whoever would live here would need to dispose of the corpse quickly or use it in some way for survival. Collecting themselves, the expedition still couldn't quit now. Too many innocents counted on them, and their strength was the only weapon humanity had left. They weren't going to let Orin's sacrifice go to waste. The next haven was a location I've yet to go into detail about, as it is somewhat still a mystery, and I think there is a chance the RPG will expand on it one day. However, the expedition had heard of Farpoint, an ancient, mysterious structure located at the northernmost point in Avalon. To Avalonians, it was considered the end of the world. It was a fitting end of the line, leading to a mystery that no one could begin to understand. The temple-like structure rested atop jagged cliffs and red moss. Within was a complex structure with cave paintings on the walls and halls. Drawings of human-like sentient beings with elongated skulls and short, sharp teeth lined the building. The humanoids had once lived here for centuries, so far back that it long predated the Age of Legends, but all that was left was a rotted shell. The only pathway leading to Farpoint was a harbor, suggesting they may have either been an aquatic race or used it to avoid stepping foot on Avalon proper. As the expedition climbed the terraces, they found spyglasses, giant ones, aimed at Tuathan. It appeared these beings had been studying foredwellers and the weirdness when they lived here. Strangely, whoever they were hadn't been at war with the foredwellers like humanity had, and they must have been far enough from the weirdness to avoid its worst effects. Finally, the expedition came across the corpses of a countless number of these beings who had all become skeletons in the deep catacombs. They were a mystery to the expedition, but whatever their purpose or goal didn't matter anymore. Farpoint could house a settlement if needed, and it could save countless human lives. The next hopeful haven was Camelot. Though they were a faction of their own, working towards their own self-centered ends, the expedition hoped they could strike a deal with the city to harbor what refugees remained who preferred to stay under the watch of Morgaine and the vestiges of the Round Table over the havens that the expedition were securing. The only two ways they could imagine was a clandestine move to get a major favor by someone powerful enough, or to pay an obscene amount. Fearing bad consequences with aiding a faction, they decided to brute force it. Someone had to be greedy enough to rake in the cash and supplies to house the refugees, surely. Collecting every penny and precious gem they accumulated on their lucrative adventure, The expedition bribed some locals to house whatever refugee requested housing. With no belongings left to their name besides their weapons, armor, and Excalibur, the expedition had few options left for the Havens. As they discussed possibilities, they realized something. A detail Orin had made long ago, almost in passing. During the Age of Legends, the derelict fleet had been encapsulated by a magical bubble to prevent humanity from returning to the homelands. He had said that only Arthur had the key to break this magical barrier. Looking at Excalibur, the solution came to them. If they used the Witchblade against the barrier, it would allow for humanity to return to the homelands again after 650 years. If there wasn't enough space on Avalon, maybe some would prefer to go to the homelands over staying and hedging their bets. Hopefully, some of the vessels were repairable enough for such a long journey, and even if they weren't all usable, the giant mangrove tree provided cover from the weirdness. Even with the incoming Four-Dweller invasion, artisans likely would have enough time for a return exodus. Heading southeast, the expedition came upon the barrier, erected by Merlin himself. This massive magical blockage halted escape for countless generations, but no longer. Though the expedition had no clue what was ahead of adventurers willing to make the trek, it may have been a better fate than for the rest of Avalon. Taking out Arthur's Witchblade, the expedition slammed it crashing down onto the barrier, shattering it. As it turned out, many of the ships were preserved in a stasis while beyond the barrier, and even Arthur's flagship from the Age of Legends, Pridwen, was operational. Nearly 100 ships were able to sail the long journey home if they were supplied. But there were sea monsters on the horizon, Selkie mostly. Not only that, but the roaming weirdness would catch up to the fleeing vessels and swallow them whole if the refugees weren't careful. Though it was a dangerous launch, the expedition felt many people would have desired to take such vessels and escape from the coming fall of Avalon. The expedition now had to collect the refugees from all over Avalon, providing them safe passage with Orin's crewed men here. It would require many long journeys, but each passing day was another where more Four-Dwellers popped up and the weirdness grew its virulence. First, whichever side had won the War of the Three Lords was more or less safe and refused help from the expedition in leaving the island or finding another home. However, the two factions who lost the war, between Farshire, Timberwall, and Crow's Nest, had been left in ruins. The populace was destitute and hopeless. Hearing of havens or a return exodus to the homelands was a far better fate than slow malformation by the weirdness or being slaughtered by Four-Dwellers. Next, the expedition gathered refugees from the Valley of Guardians. Though in one of the most dangerous places on Avalon, humanity had survived there for centuries as fishermen and populating tiny settlements. When the offer of being moved elsewhere was brought up, the populace merely shrugged and gathered their belongings for a permanent journey. Next, beyond Camelot's walls, was its burrow, who Camelot ignored and denied entrance, condemning the majority population to death instead of opening the gates. Most of those were poverty-stricken and destitute, but the expedition provided a way out of a miserable existence, to chart their own course out from under the iron fist of Morgaine and Camelot. Finally, the expedition went to the center of the island, to two neighboring cities of Falfoir and Bundorka. Before their journey into Tuathan, the expedition had met with the elders of these cities. They shared similarities, but also many differences. The issue they had was that they shared a menhir between the two, lugging it back and forth every once in a while for passage and trade routes. However, recently, they both wanted sole ownership of the menhir for survival and monetary reasons. After a series of discussions, a lot of diplomacy, and a little bit of blood, the expedition was able to bring the two cities together to reach an agreement. Bundorka would have the menhir, but Falfoir would be given legal land surrounding Bundorka so that they could live within range of their surviving menhir. Thus, the city of Faldorka was born. Though they detested each other and had very different cultures despite being so close, they managed. After the expedition returned from Tuathan, they came to Faldorka. The city had major issues with overpopulation as two larger settlements had to make do with land and industry for just one. When the expedition arrived with their proposal of safe havens, the elders of Faldorka had a meeting to discuss. With the Four Dwellers especially, they doubted survival was at all feasible. They had no walls, no large amount of supplies, no warriors, and if a dozen reclaimers entered the village, there was nothing stopping them from decimating the populace. The elders agreed to follow the expedition and join the convoy. At this point, I'd wager the number of refugees pushed 10,000 lives, if not more, depending on how many people you think can fit into 100 transport vessels, the Serene Visage in its giant maze, Farpoint with its several levels, the first farmhold which held likely tens of thousands in the Age of Legends, and whatever available room remained in Camelot, the capital of Avalon. Though the locations listed I don't know how full they would be, there were definitively several dozen vessels that did depart. Collecting the elders for a meeting, the various refugee leaders desired to mostly separate based on origin, wanting to keep their communities intact even if they had to repopulate to a new home. Some, I'm sure, decided to immigrate at this time, depending on where they felt safest. Land was allotted and agreed upon, trades were done, and then the expedition brought the refugees to the havens for them to make a home for themselves, preserving humanity from extinction. The refugee size lessened and lessened with each passing day as families resettled. Whatever life and society they led after the expedition left was up to the people, no longer Camelot. Finally, those who desired to leave Avalon for good and not look back went to the derelict fleet, preparing for a long voyage to their ancestral home. As the lords loaded the boats, they asked the expedition to join them, as Avalon was hopeless. But the expedition likely refused, wishing to return to Quinacht. Setting the final refugees off to the homelands, the expedition could just watch and pray as dozens of vessels charged eastward to the homelands. Many sea monsters destroyed the slower vessels, and the weirdness claimed others, but thankfully, many escaped and created a new chapter for the homelands, which will be discussed another time. Last, the expedition journeyed far south to their home, hearts heavy with anticipation. What greeted them was ruin, broken Quinacht. After your journey, the sight of home should bring relief. Instead, it only causes heartbreak. Even from afar, you realize fate was not kind to Quinacht or its residents. The land has buckled and split open. The landmarks and houses you remember from childhood are gone. The guardian menhir hangs precariously on the edge of a chasm. After several waves of migrations and the slaughter of the halfway meeting, just a few dozen people remain. Among the survivors, wary embraces and silent tears marked their reunion. Their odyssey, born from letters, had scattered humanity's remnants to havens and distant shores. Yet home, the spark that ignited their resolve, lay shattered. 5 flawed souls, once rejects, had defied Avalon's fall, carving hope from despair. As the wind howled through the chasm, carrying echoes of lost voices, they stood amid ruins, not as heroes, but as quiet guardians who gave everything so that others could endure. So, the ending of the Fall of Avalon is done in a very open-ended way in the board game. You're able to end early or save as many lives as you can. Alternatively, you may answer one of the letters that Orin hands the expedition once they awake after their journey in Tuathan. I will detail the possible endings as well as the political moves of the key figures of the day. First, we will go over the letter from Camelot and the options laying before the expedition. Using Orin's crude menhir, they traversed the weirdness-swept lands to the east. The world was ethereal and frightening, but their menhir kept them safe. Arriving to Camelot's burrow, where they could gaze upon Camelot's walls, they saw the progress Morgaine had made in collecting all known menhirs to Camelot. She believed the only way to survive at this point was to use the last ounce of strength the menhirs had to push back the weirdness at a concentrated point. She hoped that the towering walls of the citadel would allow Camelot to survive the incoming Four-Dweller invasion. Sadly for the nobility, Camelot was under a soft siege. The castle stands as it always has, if worse for wear. However, the vast stretch of land between the Cyclopean walls and the hovels of the burrow is now filled with small encampments. Some people look like harmless settlers from faraway farmholds. Others are armed to the teeth, sticking to their own company and plotting in hushed voices. Though, for all of time, even Morgaine permitted entrance into Camelot for traders and common folk, she had finally put an end to the long-lasting tradition. She only allowed the wealthy or powerful entrance. Thankfully for the expedition, they were both. First, the adventurers went to Lancelot to see how Camelot was holding up. To their surprise, he seemed rejuvenated despite the challenges, as though the problems gave him a stronger will. As they exchanged pleasantries, Lancelot explained that Camelot had a major issue with Connacht. While the government was acquiescing supplies and food for the coming ending of the Fall of Avalon, Connacht's people had been raiding Camelot's caravans. Lancelot urged the expedition to knock some sense into Connacht. The prospect of returning to Connacht, both as a hero and antagonist, did not sit well with the expedition. But surely, they thought, there was a bloodless solution. Traversing the weird with Orin's menhir carving the way, they arrived at Connacht, utterly broken and desolate. With their exhausted gazes, they looked at the expedition and asked if they were here to help. With a heavy heart, they said no. They had come to investigate the caravan attack. Initially, the people had feelings of shame, either in the expedition for condemning their home, but also in themselves. Ailey, having been a known volunteer with a heart for the people all of her life, empathized with Connacht but asked for the truth. Knowing her kindness, they told her everything. The truth is harsh but simple. They were starving, they were desperate, and Kincaid's daughter paid them well to attack her party, fake her death, kill all witnesses, and then escort her to Camelot. Everything went according to plan, and the girl is now under protection of Morgaine. Again, the self-proclaimed Queen of Avalon was up to no good. Of course, bringing this information to Camelot or Lancelot would lead to nothing. Morgaine would deny involvement and likely had hidden the daughter. The only courses of action were to leave this task unfinished to spare Connacht, speak to the daughter to attempt to clear Connacht's name, or to bring Connacht to justice. One day, when I go over Morgaine's lore, I will go into greater detail with this quest. With Lancelot's task done one way or the other, the expedition had also received a letter from Morgaine. Depending on past choices and whether or not the party aligned themselves with the Queen, they either were being led into a trap or another political proposal. She asked the expedition to go to Connacht and wrench their men here from the chasm that it hovered over. Then they had to bring it back to Camelot. She would offer them positions in her court, and they would spend their days serving the Queen of Avalon. This would definitively condemn Connacht and the surrounding area to death, unless they would be rescued. More than likely, as the expedition had went against her will at the heart of Tuatha, they would have refused the offer. With the letter from Camelot squared away, the next one to discuss would be the letter from a western settlement. Whoever won the war would have sent the letter to the expedition, hoping to gain an upper edge against what was left on Avalon, especially desiring to challenge Camelot's power. The losers of the war were negligible at the end of the story, since they had been razed to the ground. Regardless of the victorious settlement, whether Farshire, Timberwall, or Crow's Nest, all ended similarly, with them offering a position to the expedition to settle down at the end of the age. Farshire's Lady Kincaid would have likewise demanded retribution from Connacht for her daughter having been kidnapped and her caravan robbed. She also would have desired the return of her eldest daughter before walling up Farshire and preparing for the end, hoping the magical power of the dolmen would keep her people safe. Timberwall's Ultan was in need of supplies and mostly weaponry. He feared Morgaine would use the end of the age to eliminate her only competition on Avalon. So, Ultan requested for the expedition to raid Camelot's armory, and a razing of Camelot to prevent Morgaine's inevitable retaliation. Finally, had Mordred won the war, he had the largest standing army Avalon had seen in ages. The Dread Knight would only need more manpower, forced manpower. He would request the expedition to lead a raiding party in Connacht to enslave the populace for Mordred's ends. Also, as Avalon was falling apart, he would have requested for them to give him an edge against Camelot. The expedition would be tasked with stealing Morgaine's infamous Black Grimoire. The spellcraft would both aid Crow's Nest in their survival of the fall of Avalon, but also hamper Morgaine's powers in the coming decades and centuries. When declining all of the requests for the expedition to remain with a benefactor, I loved the passage they write right after. You feel weary and tired. In the months following your departure from Connacht, you've chased the Grail, escaped Four-Dwellers, and brushed arms with the highest powers of Avalon. You've changed history and earned an everlasting presence among the sagas of the island. Yet nothing you did stopped the fall. Perhaps that was to be expected. After all, what could a lowborn from a distant village hope to accomplish that knights, sorcerers, and even Arthur himself couldn't? Yet you're not ready to give up. If the fall of Avalon cannot be averted, you can at least make sure its people survive. With the Menhirs gone and all major trails cut off by weirdness, only you can bring hope to forsaken communities throughout the world and lead them to safety. After all, what good are the sagas if there's no one left to tell them? I believe that this is the canonical path, and is why I depicted it first, However, aligning with a benefactor is an option in the board game, and I wanted to detail it for a fuller picture of the story, as well as the key figures of the day. Finally, the last letter the expedition received was from Connacht begging for help. There was no quest but a request for a solution that would involve their survival. Broken Connacht, as described in the previous video, was utterly shattered. A chasm cut the expedition's home in half, and the menhir was teetering on the edge. At any moment, it looked like it could plummet into the bowels of Avalon. Depending on the expedition's choices, there may have even been no more room in the havens for Connacht survivors. With nowhere to go and no one to take them in, they would have to come up with their own solution for survival. Connacht's populace was mentally defeated, but their elders remembered something. The Dalriada, who lived near the Forlorn Swords for many centuries, had once mentioned that climbing the colossal swords made the climber feel as though the weirdness took no effect. If the weirdness was to be unleashed on Avalon, perhaps Connacht could survive this apocalypse by mounting atop these gargantuan swords. It was a stretch, but the only idea that they had left. Likely, the expedition guided what was left of Connacht, and they helped them set up camp with Oren's crude menhir, staving off the worst of the weirdness. This project would take months, if not years. Long-term survival was discussed among the elders as to how they could eat and drink for a village of hundreds without flowing water, fertile land, fishing spots, or hunting grounds. With the increased four-dweller presence on Avalon, the remnants of Connacht likely hid in one of the many caves dotting the Forlorn Sword's frozen landscape. Though there are countless avenues and paths that the expedition may have taken, many of those tales will be told in other videos in the coming months. Ending their story, they could have joined any of the settlements they helped found, joined one of the benefactors, left Avalon with the ships, or they could have joined in one final quest under Lancelot's order, which I will detail at the end of the video. There are a few data points I will discuss with you to determine what you think is most likely. For one, though the expedition had Excalibur during the fall of Avalon, it was never heard of again after. Though it may just not be found in the next age, perhaps it was because Excalibur was brought home to the homelands. The fate of the Witchblade is a mystery, and only left to be speculated on. Another point to make is that the expedition's guardian souls are tied to Avalon and are cycled every generation. I think it is questionable, then, whether the expedition could have died beyond Avalon's shores, since the souls continue to cycle. Finally, I think it may be possible they all chose different endings. Those feeling guilt or responsibility for Connacht may have stayed to find a solution to survive the fall, while others with a strong sense of duty may have joined Lancelot in his final knightly quest. As for the fate of Oren's menhir, it would be used by every generation of guardians for all of time, with Oren's soul acting to many as a beacon to lead stray guardians together. Whatever settlement the expedition decided to settle down in would be the original house of the crude menhir, aiding the survivors in their first few years leading into the Century of Mists. Lancelot, having been a stressed-out steward in Arthur's stead, was a new man in the crisis. Once it became clear life as Avalon knew it was coming to an end. Society and life was collapsing. Morgaine had taken hold of the heart of Camelot. Especially now, at the end of all things, Morgaine had shown her true colors to be seen as the sole leader of Camelot. Nobles swore fealty, and though before it was merely whispered that Morgaine pulled the strings, it was now open for all to see. Knowing his power and say was fading by the day, Lancelot had become resolute. With the end inevitable, it was almost comforting for the legendary knight to know it was all out of his hands. However, one noble deed was still within his power. Like the knights of the Age of Legends and the heroes of grander ages, he could ride out and meet the growing Fordwellers. Though perhaps he could not save humanity through ingenuity or creativity, he could at least buy humanity another month. Calling what knights were left of the Round Table, both the lesser and greater knights, he ordered whatever honorable men remained to go to Longbarrow. Sir Lancelot left without inviting the expedition, but they rushed to help anyway. You're almost late. The Watchtower sentries confirmed the knights were here, but they have ridden for the mouth of the valley just before your arrival. You follow their trail. It's not hard to spot them. A speck of shining steel and resplendent banners before the titanic veil leading into the Fordweller capital. You slowly approach the group preparing to charge the valley. Each knight of the Round Table sits atop their warhorse, followed by a handful of Camelot's soldiers. As soon as they notice you, Lancelot smiles. "I knew you would come," he says. Then he turns to his comrades and speaks loudly. "Before us now, many of you tremble in the face of such power. Yet 600 years ago, men and women like us, made of flesh and bone, came here in their wooden ships and did the impossible. Today, I only ask you to do the same. Today, we strike at the heart of our enemies. We aim to drive a blade deep into the city, buying our people more time to consolidate and build defenses. There will be no way back. 600 years ago, Arthur retreated from Tuathan. We will not retreat until the last of us draws a final breath. It will be an end befitting the Round Table." Knights cheer loudly, and Lancelot turns to you. "Now I must bid you farewell," he says in a soft tone. "I know you'd come with us if I asked, but I have to leave this choice to you. We have our duty to the king and the realm. You have your duty to the people of the island. Whatever your choice, you have our utmost respect." Knights nod to you one by one. They don their helmets, a trumpet rings, its silvery sound echoing between monstrous figures surrounding the valley. And then a glittering arrow, a thin line of steel charges into Tuathan, growing smaller and smaller until it becomes just a silver lining between the darkness of the veil and the boiling sky. The Round Table ended as we knew it, and though the next generation could attempt to revive it, Lancelot and the bulk of the Round Table passed into the void, their minds set on death. 600 years after Arthur landed on Avalon, and several months after Yvain first left to find the Holy Grail, we come to the end of Fall of Avalon's tale. The game has many branching paths within the conclusion. For me, when I first played it, the ending wrapped up pretty pleasantly. Similar to the recollection of events at the end of the RPG, the game reminded the player of the journey and its consequences. Thus ends your story. From the poverty of your farmhold, you traveled through forests, hills, cities, and courts, across battlefields and sieges, through places of desperation and treachery, and into the realm of the Fordwellers. Although your journey ends, your actions leave an everlasting mark on the history of Avalon. As for Camelot, it was left without the bulk of the Round Table to defend it. Morgaine was the remaining power beyond the walls, but the people went into open revolt, attempting to tear down Camelot if necessary. Depending on how supportive the expedition was of the people over the kingdom, would determine how successful the revolt ended up being. As for the Pale Lady eventually left her dried lake, sorely disappointed in humans. She realized the full extent of her failings. 600 years ago, when she decided to support Arthur in the war against her own kind. She never believed humans would be so petty, short-sighted, and evil. Traversing the lands ravaged by weirdness, she arrived on a shimmering beach where four-dwellers who no longer wished to exist came for millennia. As she severed the link between her soul and her body in the first light of the rising sun, her final thought went toward her son, a four-dweller prince murdered by his political enemies, exiled to the lower place of existence, and reincarnated as a man now trapped beyond life and death. In her last moment, Pale Lady hoped that unspoken eons would eventually reconnect them in the afterlife. The expedition made their mark on the world and likely had adventures to the end of their days. Before moving to the next era, being the Century of Mists, there are a few points to make. For one, the Pale Lady is a four-dweller, so for her to die would mean her soul would enter the soul cycle. With the heart of Tuatha back in four-dweller hands, the soul cycle was operational again, meaning the Pale Lady would either inhabit a newborn human babe, ascend to the land beyond the stars, or be reclaimed as a four-dweller. The other point to make may feel like it comes out of left field, but there is a peculiar coincidence I would like to point out. Lady Kincaid's daughter, Siobhan, is found in several storylines. If her mother, the Lady of Farshire, won the War of the Three Lords, Siobhan became the next queen. Alternatively, if instead she's kidnapped by Morgaine, she would become her star pupil. Even if Farshire loses the war and Morgaine is unable to take Siobhan, she can emerge from Farshire's rubble with a vengeance to destroy Crow's Nest and Timberwall. It appears, since almost no matter what, she either survives or serves a purpose, that in the following Century of Mists, she likely became a big player in the next age. This is just my speculation, but for her to seemingly take a large role irregardless of the expedition's actions, indicate to me at least that she was of some importance. Not only did the big decisions determine the fate of Avalon, but also countless smaller ones. In the course of the game, there are several dozen quests, and many of them had long-term consequences that lasted hundreds of years. The variety of endings lead into what is known as the Century of Mists. The era was named this due to the sheer amount of uncertainty and isolation the pockets of humanity felt as they weathered the storm. Many cities fought desperately in the fog, but their determination couldn't slow the weirdness's advance. In less than 5 months, more than half of the island was swept under the magical mists. Those caught in the fog went mad, turned into monsters, or were devoured by the abominations of the weirdness. The Four Dwellers reclaimed a majority of the island, and the return of the true Lords of Avalon was well on its way. The lore does not delve into the order of events or how they went down, but we are told both that the expedition prevented the Four Dweller uprising and that the Four Dwellers reclaimed most of Avalon. My presumption is that, much like how the Pale Lady's son had perished in a revolt, there was likely infighting that prevented the Four Dwellers' total domination of Avalon. Perhaps there was a large faction of Four Dwellers that took the expedition's relinquishing of the Holy Grail and the heart of Tuatha as remorse. Regardless of the exact line of reasoning, it appears though they initially began their reconquest of Avalon, it was halted by grace winning out. Yes, the Four Dwellers decided to not destroy humanity, but lost souls who encountered these giants still typically met their end by a weird blade. They still refused to help in humanity's survival, and some would end up occupying settlements humanity had abandoned. Not all Foredwellers are the same, and though as a whole they left humanity alone, some roaming bands of Foredwellers would prey on those who ventured too deep into the weirdness. It is likely that though they were in agreement to not destroy humanity, several Foredweller princes clung on to the vendetta. Humanity was fully isolated in the Century of Mists. Their cultures diverged, and only the strong survived. Their retelling of events differed from settlement to settlement. The heroes and villains were blurred, and the knowledge of the weirdness and Avalonian history was fragmented. For several decades, the havens were tucked away. The air cooled day by day, and humanity felt the gradual descent Avalon took from an everlasting autumn to an eternal winter. Feeling the start of this change after a century, the isolated settlements decided enough was enough. It was time to venture back into the world. Thus began the introduction of Mistfarers. Since weirdness completely warped roads and paths, maps became useless. Mistfarers were tasked with scouting the weirdness, finding routes, reconnecting with other cities, and a little bit of monster slaying. Originally, these pathfinders stuck to the shores, mountains, and wherever else they found furthest away from where the weirdness lingered. The Foredwellers were rarely found, but a few outposts had been established where humanity once claimed ownership. After several years, the Mistfarers succeeded in remapping portions of Avalon and establishing routes between settlements. Slowly but surely, they attempted to reconnect humanity to each other. Trading began again, cultures were shared, resources were bartered. Of course, at the heart of the exploration back into Avalon was Camelot, led by the Council of Morgaine. Once the island started to open up, the self-proclaimed Queen of Avalon didn't miss a single beat before consolidating power in the vicinity. Sending out small batches of knights, weird hunters, and mistfarers, teams would pave the way for colonists to make a home within the weirdness. Using druidic rituals, mainly Oamic runes, humanity could brave the weirdness again with villages sprouting. However, despite the budding settlements, it became clear quickly that the fate of the expansion was on shaky ground. The Oamic runes weren't strong enough, and exploration was treacherous. While Morgaine attempts to bolster her Mistfarers with necessary aid, she found the surviving settlements pushed back against her expansion. Many surviving cultures viewed Morgaine as the enemy and showed her and Camelot animosity. Some even met her envoys with the sword to get their point across, wanting nothing to do with Camelot or its regent. To handle the countless challenges of the day, Morgaine collected a council of wizards, knights, and lords. All those with unswerving loyalty to Camelot or the crown proved to be great allies. At the time when the Century of Mists came to a close, Lord Mordred had become known as the Lord of Ravens. He continued to work hand in hand with Morrigan, the goddess of death. Their mercenaries from Crow's Nest would raid nearby towns for slave labor or as human sacrifices. Those from Avalon were terrified of his horde of cult warriors. The other lords in Avalon were known as the Greats. The Greats were the lords of many of the havens which the expedition a century prior had preserved. They all had different political views, and navigating the workings of Morgaine's new court was complex and dangerous. Some yielded to Morgaine, and some clung to their independence, while others openly opposed Camelot's rule. Travel remained treacherous, and adventurers rarely survived their journeys. For these factions, the land was untamable. Giant worms nested in strongholds, giants roamed the fields, fore-dwellers claimed those who ventured into the weirdness, new plants sprouted and had to be cataloged, weird bears and weird wolf packs slew hunters, weirdness spontaneously turned roads into voids, Oamic runes capable of repelling the weirdness were only temporary, and no good long-term solution was available. If Avalon wasn't deterrent enough, a new player entered the scene upon the end of the Century of Mists. Fomorians had returned. Their flagships were spotted off the coast of the Shimmering Flats, found below the cliff Camelot stood atop. Morgaine, having already formed a council to deal with threats, mobilized what soldiers she could muster. With the archdruidess Nissa at the head of the army, Camelot likely came up with an innovative solution to bring thousands of bodies from Camelot down to the flats. Initially, as Fomorians stormed the beaches, the fishing villages were obliterated. In a grand battle, Archdruidess Nissa managed to miraculously bolster the troops and succeeded in repelling the Fomorian invasion, pushing them back into the sea whence they came. Having lost many human lives in a Pyrrhic victory, Nissa ordered the remaining soldiers to construct barricades upon the Shimmering Flats shoreline. This arduous project took time, but Nissa still managed to defend the shore from the further Fomorian raids, despite their vulnerable position during the construction. As her numbers dwindled, and as the Fomorians were spotted near other beaches across Avalon, the Giants had found a second landing zone where humanity couldn't go, but they were still insistent on claiming the flats. Requesting more troops from Morgaine, the Queen had to decline, since she needed them for the revolting Greats. Instead, Nissa and Morgaine issued an order sent to Camelot, the Greats, and all the known villages on Avalon. Nissa's battle against the Fomorians was one all of Avalon ought to share in common. Therefore, it was decreed that Nissa would only collect volunteers from all over the island to prevent the Fomorian invasion, as opposed to one source. Morgaine was still the main presence at the Shimmering Flats, but she allowed her knights and mistfarers to enter the Greats' territory, whether friend or foe, and they were permitted to collect volunteers to bring to the shoreline. Slowly, Nissa's army was an amalgamation and no longer strictly loyal to Camelot and the Queen. There were many developments at the end of the Century of Mists. Morgaine's main opposition among the Greats was Edarin. He is a lord of the south, but because of how the weirdness altered the paths, it was an extremely long journey to Camelot and prevented the possibility of an all-out war unless something developed. Another development was that the Pale Lady, though perishing a century ago, made a return to the drained lake. I can only assume that after her death and 100 years, she was reincarnated as a fore-dweller and reprised her role as the Lady of the Lake. She would continue to aid adventurers for the next age, again acting as a guide. Another development, this one not Avalonian, is that the homelands grew in these last 100 years. The current state of the homelands is not discussed in the lore, but since there are cases of ships from the homelands coming to Avalon's shores, it would appear a few things must have happened. For one, the fore-dwellers must have restarted the soul cycle to allow for humanity to survive. For two, since only those invited by the lords of the island may see Avalon's shores, there is a high likelihood that a fore-dweller prince or the Pale Lady made an invitation to the homelands to come to Avalon. For three, The state of the homelands is unknown, but we do know how it was left before the soul cycle had resumed. Namely, Red Death infected, like husks and plague bearers, roamed the dead settlements. Humanity survived in a peculiar immortality state that left them shells of their former selves. Fomorians pillaged the human settlements. It looked post-apocalyptic. Somehow, once the soul cycle was restored, humanity was able to thrive again. So, the obscure cults that found a solution to weather the apocalypse, and the remnants from Avalon who came at the end of the fall of Avalon, likely shaped much of the homelands and its new state. Those in the immortality state have an unknown fate, whether they snapped back into reality, reverted to their human state, or were like that forever. Lastly, to finish setting the scene, the guardian spirits continued to reincarnate. With every generation, a new crisis was born, and the guardian spirits would be summoned back to keep Avalon glued together. While Morgaine remained a regular opposition, the Pale Lady aided them with fondness. And as the wheel turns, as it always has, 5 flawed souls, once rejects, now bound in endless vigil. They return not as kings or conquerors, but as quiet hands, holding the island's fraying seams, their names forgotten by most, yet their quiet refusal to let go is the only thing that stands between Avalon and the long dark. Avalon was alien again, as peculiar as it was when Arthur first set foot upon its shores. Due to the Century of Mists, both Avalon's geography and Avalon's history were ethereal and twisted. The societies had to relearn Avalonian survival. Though Camelot was seen poorly by the masses, their knights, mistfarers, and wizards paved the way for better travel routes. Especially as the months and years passed, the maps were read with clarity and understanding. It was no longer impossible to travel for common folk. With the trading of knowledge and culture, some settlements desired emigration. Soon, caravans guarded by elite soldiers moved citizens between settlements. The time of darkness seemed to have come to a close for the first time in 100 years. The duchies had grown in power, and the political landscape was a new animal. It felt to the populace that though things were dire, it was the most hope they had seen in several generations. So much so that immigrants approached Avalonian shores from the homelands. As explained before, the fate of the homelands is a mystery, but this is how the core book of Song of a Dying World describes it. The continent is a forsaken land. Over the centuries, it saw the growth of many empires and advanced civilizations, until the dreadful Red Death spread ruin and desolation. Today, certain communities still eke out a living on the continent, but surviving there is a bitter struggle. Many of the locals leave the land of their ancestors to sail across the sea and join the hundreds of settlers bound for Avalon in a search of salvation. Few reach their destination, and those who eventually make it to these faraway shores trade the horrors of yesterday for a barely more tolerable existence. I know some don't like it when I give my 2 cents and don't stick strictly to the lore, so skip the next couple minutes if that's you. But when I made my campaign for Song of a Dying World, I greatly expanded on the continent for my players because they all found creating a character with that background best for them, as they didn't know the lore well, and being a character from the continent moving to Avalon was much easier to digest. Right, you're able to experience Avalon for the first time with your character. The continent, as I haven't used that term much in the series, is virtually the material world, including Alexandria, the homelands, and a mosaic of other kingdoms. This term was given when Song of a Dying World was released and was after I began the lore series, so my apologies with complicating terms before. Anyhow, I'd presume a few details in the continent as to its state, as well as how, in the world, it could be worse there than in Avalon. As explained a few episodes ago, the homelands and the entirety of the continent experienced an apocalyptic immortality state once Excalibur was buried into Tuatha. Whether those who entered this state while Excalibur was buried ended up reverting to their previous existence or dying is hard to say. Given the tiny number of survivors who avoided such a fate, I'd presume those in the immortality state reverted back to normal. They would have awoken with the world still in shambles. The great cities and empires would have been left to rust and ruin, as they had been several centuries ago. The Red Death husks claimed the capitals, the Fomorians gained footholds across the continent, and humanity was on their own. After a few months of getting back on their feet and trying to survive the revived Red Death onslaught, the ships of the remnants arrived to the continent's shores, detailing the horrors of Avalon while getting acquainted with the horrors of the continent, realizing they were faring far worse than Avalon. Presumably, without permission by the Lords of Avalon, the remnants couldn't return to Avalon, nor bring others with them, even if they wanted to. As described many episodes ago back in the Age of Legends, the only reason Arthur was able to bring the Exodus to Avalon was because the Pale Lady had invited him. A foredweller was necessary for humanity to step onto Avalonian shores. So more than likely a foredweller did not extend this invitation at this time, which prevented them from returning. Humanity somehow survived on the continent, creating unique cultures and reviving dead societies. However, the sheer number of Red Death husks and the risk of Fomorian invasion meant that humanity never stood a chance in reliving their former glory. All they could pray for was to survive long enough for the next generation to have a shot. Then, at some unknown point, humanity was given permission by likely a foredweller to come to Avalon. Whether this was an open invitation, a similar situation with Arthur and the Pale Lady, or the foredweller used some envoy, is unknown. Regardless of the method, likely after a few generations, humanity started returning to Avalon again. The stories of the weirdness and its horrors were seen as a better fate than the continent. With the foredwellers owning part of the island, Fomorian invasions in the east, human factions at each other's throats, and dozens of ships arriving on Avalon's shores, the stage was set for the Song of a Dying World. The story from here is yours as to what occurs a few generations after the fall of Avalon, and what happens to Morgaine, the mysterious Siobhan, and the winners of the War of the Three Lords. Since it is so open-ended, I can't say much during this era beyond its static state set during the game. The Guardians of Avalon, whose souls were the Executors during the Age of Legends, and the Expeditioners during the Fall of Avalon, returned again to solve a major crisis, or several, and alter the state of Avalon. Though I don't know what issue they had to solve, one of the last ones likely included the weather. Avalon was ending its everlasting autumn, which it enjoyed for several centuries, allowing for all sorts of crops all year round, and making logistics of survival very easy. The air started to chill, and there was impending doom of an eternal winter. A never-ending winter could mean fewer crops, livestock, fish, and all sorts of resources desperately needed. Whether this was an unstoppable, inevitable event, such as the Fall of Avalon or not, is hard to say. But what is known is, irregardless of the hero's actions during the Song of a Dying World, Avalon would plunge deeper and deeper into the cold. Another advancement likely during this time was the conflict with the Fordwellers and Fomorians. In about 3 centuries after this era, Fordwellers are again seen as extinct, even though during Song of a Dying World they have a strong presence. For one reason or another, the Fordwellers are removed from mainland Avalon, perhaps due to the Song of a Dying World's heroes. In addition, Nisa's war with the Fomorians ultimately leads to the Fomorians retreating permanently. A possibility I have considered is that perhaps the Fordwellers and Fomorians were engaging in a war that led to both of them being left in ruin. Regardless of the method or the possible hero's involvement, both alien species were decimated. Finally, though Camelot and the duchies found methods to traverse the weirdness in this era despite its increased dangers, their travel minimized. Eventually, not only the weirdness was a terror, but so was the weather. The everlasting autumn transitioned to an eternal winter. Rivers froze, several inches of snow made travel laborious, clearing the paths in the midst of worms, giants, and weird claimed was a death sentence. Caravans struggled in the harshness of Avalon with their wagons unfit to brace the conditions. Soon, the Mistfarers again could only travel alone, using stealth and survival skills to find their way to other settlements. With the weather changing and the civilizations turning to isolationism again, the governments collapsed. Each individual village became the arbiter of the local society. Immigration slowed to a near halt, as now, with the threat of a permanent winter, made Avalon no better than the continent. Perhaps some came to Avalon with the view that the grass is always greener on the other side, but in truth, both worlds were now in dire straits. The warning from the Everdweller back in the Age of Legends became tangible that humanity's resolve to find hope where none remained was put to the test. Your fate was to either freeze, starve, or return to the homelands to battle the Red Death husks who claimed most of the continent. And as for the Red Death, the disease on Avalon was lessened compared to the fall of Avalon. Still, with some contracting the disease upon occasion, the Red Priests, likely by the authority of Camelot, decided to ship all the infected to the Isle of the Dead to die in an isolated and unmanned asylum. This quarantine proved fruitful, as the Red Death appeared to be contained by this radical move. With that, at least on Avalon, the Red Death was virtually gone, but presumably the Red Death husks on the continent still ran rampant. As for the weirdness, it remained untamed, but the alchemists and scientists of the day made an intriguing discovery. As the weather changed to an icy cold, the weirdness took less of an effect. It was affected by the new temperature, and venturing into the weirdness, though still dangerous, was no longer a guaranteed death sentence. Sadly, by the time the weirdness had let up on its transformations, the weather was too bitter for travel. Frostbite was common, and the elements was a more productive killer than any weird beast. Avalon was covered in a blanket of snow and ice. Soon, even the Mistfarers began to disband, unable to survive trekking in the harsh winter. Each haven, which the expedition preserved a century prior, had to find creative ways to survive. There simply weren't valid long-term food supplies. Rationing prolonged the inevitable, turning to radical solutions, innovative creativity, or any god willing to hear their plea. The options were to either adapt or starve. A few settlements found ways to survive, creating elixirs or new magic to ward off the biting cold. It allowed at least to travel the vicinity of their homes to forage and hunt. However, these methods were expensive and taxing. preventing any community to thrive beyond their respective region. These novel methods did promote travel again, but only on very rare occasions. If a giant was near a village, for example, it wasn't unheard of that the village would send out a messenger to call for aid to slay the giant. Relations among smaller settlements were better than in past centuries, as they were unified in wanting to survive and understood at times it was necessary to work together. Though I am sure I will have to make an addendum here and there, as The Last Night is the game I am least familiar, having only played it twice, I will end the episode with the opening to the chronological finale. 400 years have passed since the one true king disappeared. Before the menhirs burned out entirely, forcing people to shelter in scarce, habitable areas, some places flourished in a moment of glory. There were heroes, there were kings and queens, all now faded in the memory of the living as the long-lasting autumn shifted into never-ending winter. Now snow and ice cover all. Even the weirdness is a pale shadow of itself, weaker than before, as if the cold stifled this force of pure change. Though the Four-Dwellers failed to reconquer their land, the millennium-long story of humans on Avalon comes to a close as something interferes with the fragile balance of the island. As explained at the end of the previous video, there would be addendums here and there. One forgotten detail, which will be explored more in full later on, is that during the Song of a Dying World, right at the end, a warrior scholar named Oisin aided in humanity's fight against the weirdness and the coming winter. He was a sage and a benefactor for humanity, having hailed from Camelot. Oisin will be brought up later in the tale. The other point to make, which happened at the finale of Song of a Dying World, was the addition of a new threat, the Black Drifter. This flying hawk-like creature was the size of a horse. It would camp out near menhirs and seemingly suck out their life force. The Black Drifter was a menace and encouraged Avalon's downfall. For unknown reasons, it was impervious to pain and was in a semi-ethereal state, making it immortal. Countless heroes attempted to slay the monster, however, all failed over the centuries that led to the last night. Lastly, after these hundreds of years, Avalon could no longer depend on menhirs to stave off the weirdness, but instead they used something called sanctuaries. Sanctuaries were locations with an abundance of powerful magic, oemic runes, or natural defenses that pushed back the weirdness during the night. Only a few sanctuaries remained by the time of the Final Age, but for now, we will continue into the last night. Avalon was iced over, with snow depths reaching a man's knees. It had been a few centuries since the eternal winter had begun, and most of the villages that had a moment of glory in Song of a Dying World were snuffed out, either being killed off or joining larger havens with a solution to the cold as well as the weirdness. Their homes were covered in layers of snow. The havens, which the expedition saved in the past age, had survived, barely scraping by. There was no longer a government lording over villages and duchies. Camelot became little more of a memory, as those who ruled were powerless. Now, about 300 years after Song of a Dying World, the weirdness was changing again. Though for centuries it waned in power, it was returning. Its power surged to levels not seen for nearly a millennia. From the reading, the end of Fall of Avalon and the beginning of the Age of Legends likely saw the worst of the weirdness, but the mysterious fog had now returned as a threat. With societies hanging on by a thread, it became clear that humanity was on its last gasp. The weirdness would be the final nail in its coffin. In the town of Mangrove Huddle, 5 adventurers looked at the bleak world and knew the end of Avalon and humanity was nigh. In the last night, there is no title like executors or expeditioners for the main characters, unlike the previous games. So for the purposes of the series and future lore, I will just call them adventurers, though that isn't the official term. Before we begin the final tale, let's introduce you briefly to the 5. First was Sloan Roche, which, by the way, for those who are watching the playthroughs, I stole his name, but anyhow. He was an elderly man, having lived far longer than most on Avalon could dream. His childhood was spent as the youngest of a noble house with a long history on Avalon. However, from weirdness tragedies, Sloan became the last of his house. He had to learn to adapt from being a nobleborn to surviving as a commoner. Now, sadly unable to have children, the elderly man searched for meaning and purpose in his final days. He figured if his line was to die out, at least it could die with a blade in hand, slaying the fiercest monsters on Avalon. Sloan's heart was set on diving into the unknown. Second was Dagon, the butcher. He was a fattened man responsible for food supplies in Mangrove Huddle. He went on hunts and mastered recipes using alchemical components to stave off the cold. In his experiments, he accidentally poisoned himself, leading to a permanent heart and lung condition. Despite this, Dagon was a well-respected pillar of the community due to his selflessness and kindness to the poor and downtrodden. If it wasn't for his outstanding heart, Mangrove Huddle would have never lasted as long as it did. With the weirdness worsened, survivability for Mangrove Huddle plummeted. Taking this responsibility on his back, the butcher aimed to explore Avalon to find food sources for Mangrove Huddle and went on his way. Third was Mabd, the storyteller. Her occupation was similar to a traveling town crier. She would travel from place to place to explain the latest on Avalon. Mabd would tell of safe routes for travelers, tell of monster sightings, and various news on the island. She was well-traveled and spent most of her life as the apprentice to an experienced storyteller. Now, several years had passed, and she had an apprentice of her own who went missing on her adventure. Feeling the end of the age near, Mabd put aside her job to find her apprentice, who she loved dearly, to spend the remaining days with someone who was like a daughter to her. Fourth was Fayul, the Weird Huntress. She was one of the last Weird Hunters. Fayul was well acquainted with the weirdness, leading to her being known as Weird-Blooded. She could partially control the weirdness with raw emotion, a very useful skill in a skirmish. Having spent her entire adult life slaying beasts, monsters, and all manner of weird claimed, she was an exceptional fighter. For 5 years, she was a leader among the Weird Hunters, until they took on a challenge the squad of Weird Hunters couldn't overcome, the Black Drifter. Every one of her companions and friends perished in the fight, but the Black Drifter mysteriously left Fayul alive after knocking her out. She went to Mangrove Huddle to lick her wounds before she decided to go back out there and finish what the Weird Hunters had started. Finally, the 5th member was Neve. She had been haunted with hundreds of memories from dozens of past lives. Now, she had finally hit her breaking point. She distinctly remembered murdering innocents and abusing the poor. The latest incarnation of Neve could not stand the sheer amount of guilt that all of her past lives had accrued over the centuries. Worse still, she couldn't tell if her memories were real or a figment of a tortured imagination. Set on solving what was wrong with her, Neve decided to go to a place where she distinctly remembered doing vile things to see for herself if it was true. Mostly believing that hope was lost, and they all had to simply write the last chapter of their respective lives, Avalon had something else in mind. Though strangers or acquaintances at best, and traveling separately, the adventurers were hit by a blizzard and a thick fog of weirdness. Unable to find their footing in the bitter cold of Avalon, they all accidentally stumbled upon each other. Likely thinking there was strength in numbers, they tried to find a way through the storm until they saw it, a four-dweller. To most Avalonians of the day, four-dwellers were seen as long extinct since the sightings were so few and never able to be authenticated anymore. Bewildered, the adventurers ran until they could find a shelter to brace the storm. Miraculously surviving the blizzard, the 5 adventurers weathered the tumultuous chaos. Once it subsided, they got acquainted and decided to travel together, fearing the four-dweller would prey on them individually otherwise. They had to find a way back to civilization, if only to tell people that the four-dwellers weren't, in fact, extinct. Desperate for shelter, they found themselves surrounded by vast reaches of snow. If they couldn't find a sanctuary soon, they would be goners. Mabd would have known her general location, being intimately familiar with Avalonian maps. However, these wastes were mostly uninhabited, and the adventurers did not know the paths well. Lost and desperate to find a sanctuary, they explored their surroundings. Due to the weirdness's recession for centuries and the warping of lands from the cold, the island had expanded. Shores stretched outward into elongated beaches, and previously uninhabitable lands had grown. The shimmering flats, which once were a staging ground for the war against the Fomorians, a beach beneath Camelot, and a ritual site for four-dwellers, had become known as the Jagged Cemetery. Countless alien bodies had risen out of the water since Avalon had been extending its shores outward. The only beings in the vicinity were ghosts of a past age, weird spawns, and wildlife. To its south, worms lived, having found a single place on Avalon where the cold did not affect them, but the weirdness was virulent. After much exploration, the adventurers happened upon a human corpse, the only human corpse in the Jagged Cemetery. A vision flooded their minds of the guardians of Avalon from generations ago, burying their comrade here. With the corpse was a message detailing the whereabouts of their base from years ago. Taking that as their best option for survival, the adventurers returned to the vast desert set beneath a giant cliff face and found a cave. You follow almost invisible clues, snow-covered poles, unnatural snowdrifts, and your own intuition. Finally, you find an entrance to a hideout dug in a small hill. There are some bedrolls and crates inside. You search through everything and find a stash of well-preserved rations, as well as 4 strange weirdstone amulets, each a part of a larger statue. There is also a parchment along with them, explaining everything you need to know. They are supposed to be pieces of some old portable menhir that helped ancient heroes navigate the weirdness-covered lands. The adventurers found the remains of Orin's menhir and the likely location of the last guardians of Avalon, though they did not know this at the time. The issue was that to activate these menhir pieces, it required a four-dweller bauble of some kind. The Jagged Cemetery had been looted over the centuries for all valuables, and nothing of the sort was found. Feeling hopeless and retracing their steps, the adventurers began to doubt whether it was even possible to activate the artifacts. Just as all hope was lost, there, in the center of the trail, was a peculiar item. The Four-Dweller who had been chasing them in the blizzard had left one of his belongings on the path mere minutes before the adventurers happened upon it. Though Sloane and Fayul raised their weapons expecting an ambush, none came. The Four-Dweller left them a gift, or it was pure luck. Not looking a gift horse in the mouth, the adventurers collected the bauble and returned to the hideout. Performing a rite, the Four-Dweller object glowed brightly before vanishing, activating the artifacts. Now humming with magical powers, they could see what they were. It was the skull, hand, grail, and what looks like a necklace of Orin's crude menhir. Some skilled artisan from long ago must have learned how to separate the menhir into pieces to give to each of the guardians. These were sacred, and the adventurers immediately understood the weight of such an artifact that none on Avalon possessed. They could individually explore the island, and the powers that be on the island had a mere fraction of that capability. Having found safety, the adventurers could finally rest without fear of freezing from the cold. Laying their heads, they went to sleep. You stand amidst a vast white field. Snow falls, but it's black and greasy. You want to hide, but find no shelter here. Then, a skeletal hand touches your shoulder and whistles an unsettling melody. At first, you feel terror, but then realize the intentions of this person are good. After likely meeting an apparition of Orin in their dreams, or so I can only presume, the adventurers felt uncomfortably comfortable. In the early hours of the morning, on the horizon, they saw a path back into mainland Avalon to begin their history-defying adventure. Before I begin, I do want to say that some of you already know that I have a medical condition. I have a little bit of a flare-up, so it's really hard for me to read right now. Due to that, I'm probably going to have a weird cadence, maybe. I know that's the most common complaint, so I'm just warning you for all y'all. Anyway, with the path cleared to escape the icy expanse beneath Camelot, the adventurers were low on supplies. They needed to return home, Mangrove Huddle, to regroup and cure their frostbite. Staggering forward, they traversed around hazardous ground to reach their home. They were suffering from exposure to the elements. Mangrove Huddle was as they left it. A small settlement huddles between the roots of a giant nameless tree, one of the few havens left on this island. Weirdness avoids this region. They say because of legendary Merlin's blessing. Shining runes on black bark also repel the cold. Still, you're not sure if the town can prevail. Its people peer with hunger in their eyes. The weirdness thickened recently, preventing hunters from making longer excursions and destroying the crops. Some whisper the runes dim, but such rumors are suppressed by the vigilant Allfather's priests and caretakers who tend the tree. The people greeted the adventurers warmly, tending to their wounds and frostbite. Finally, they fed them hot broth to get them going on their way. It was a welcomed comfort after days in the bitter cold. Once the adventurers felt rested enough, they decided to continue traveling with one another. Before they talked to the villagers, they also decided to keep the Four-Dweller sighting mostly to themselves, likely because they didn't want to cause a panic or because of the generosity of the Four-Dweller who saved them. Once they resupplied, they talked to the elder of Mangrove Huddle. After the adventurers had left, several hunters had gone missing, and they were desperate for food. Agreeing to help, the adventurers collected brews to stave off the cold and continued their journey. Going first to where the hunters had gone missing, Icicle Forest, the adventurers scouted the hunting grounds. Unknown to the adventurers, this was the ancient battle site in the Age of Legends, where the executors slew the avatar of the Stagfather. Weapons drawn, anticipating the worst, the adventurers walked the common hunting trails. Walking for only a few minutes, they heard a squelching sound. Then they saw it. An ice worm, consuming the corpses of the dead hunters. Before the adventurers had a chance to run, the worm attacked. With the swordsmanship of a knight, Sloane corralled the worm from smashing his companions. Using his butcher knife, Dagon hacked at the icy scales, while Fayul the huntress used her spear and weird magic to cut up the worm. Though Mabd likely just used a staff to bonk at the monstrosity, I'm sure every bit helped. Slaying the beast, the adventurers took what food they could collect and were determined to return the corpses of the hunters back to their family. Braving the ice again, they lugged the bodies back to Mangrove Huddle and put their acquaintances to rest. Solemnly, the adventurers attended the funeral of the hunters before setting off again, now to finally accomplish their respective goals. Heading north, the only way to continue their goals, they had to cross what became known as the Twisted Pathways. This is what became of the resting place of Fail from the first expedition during the fall of Avalon. Freezing wind flows from the north, winding its way through the labyrinth of tangled roots, fallen trees, and snowdrifts. Remains of rope bridges and lanterns dangle from the trunks, and ancient marks cut into their bark point toward places lost to time. This maze forest is the only known way to the north, but during the last few months, as the weirdness grew thicker, the paths have changed. Entering without a guide might be your doom. Navigating this area would be arduous, and sadly, not even Mabd knew the routes. Despite her being a seasoned traveler, traversing the Twisted Pathways was difficult, and sometimes induced senses of claustrophobia or forced very long jumps. Stepping across an especially dense patch of foliage, Mabd saw a tall armored figure. Not drawing their weapons yet, the adventurers eyed the figure. They then saw this was a nether foredweller. Freezing and backing away slowly, the adventurers hushedly tried to back away. Before they could make their escape, the adventurers collectively heard a neutral voice in their heads, saying, "Help me, heroes." The foredweller turned around to show itself, and upon closer inspection, the adventurers were pretty sure this was the same one from the frozen desert. In front of the foredweller was a shackled man, stuck underneath the tangled roots of a tree. Simultaneously using 2 arms to pull the tree and 2 arms to yank the man, the foredweller worked on getting the prisoner out. Utterly confused by such an encounter, Dagon coughed and used his heart condition as the perfect excuse to not help, while nudging Sloane on to aid the foredweller. Stumbling forward from the cook's strong arm, Sloane walked forward and helped the man out of his predicament. Once free, the foredweller then urged the adventurers to bring the man to Mangrove Huddle, and then to come right back to Twisted Pathways, promising to compensate the adventurers for the detour. Nodding and struggling to know how to communicate with a telepathic creature, the adventurers took the stray man with them and headed back out of Twisted Pathways. They figured that seeing as the foredweller frequented where they had to travel and also seemingly followed them in the frozen desert with ample opportunities to attack them, it was probably wise to stay on this four-dweller's good side. On the way back home, they learned this man had done a few petty crimes in Mangrove Huddle and saw an opportunity to escape prison and did so foolishly. He deeply regretted it and thanked the adventurers for bringing him back home. After several more hours of walking, they again gazed upon the giant tree of Mangrove Huddle. Handing over the prisoner, he was relieved to be back and get food again. That was until he learned the punishment for escaping prison. The poor man was then executed, and the adventurers were rewarded for bringing back the runaway. Having mixed emotions by the encounter, they set off for a fourth time in a week back to Twisted Pathways. Relying on Mab's Avalonian knowledge, the adventurers discussed what to do about the Four-Dweller, and whether one of these could even be trusted. Most of their knowledge of Four-Dwellers were considered little more than fairy tales. Going back to where the adventurers had first met the Four-Dweller, it stood patiently waiting. Giving the mixed news, the Four-Dweller voiced its disappointment in the absurdity of human justice. Before they could ask for their apparent reward, the Four-Dweller ordered the adventurers to follow, not waiting for a response. It aided the travelers through the Twisted Pathways as it explained itself. The journey would be harsh, and it offered to advise on their travel and manipulate the weirdness to make their paths straight. Shocked by the offer of a Four-Dweller traveling companion, the adventurers asked why. The Four-Dweller responded, saying that they have similar goals. The adventurers were confused by this statement. The 5 adventurers all had separate goals already, and they only stuck together for safety and convenience. So how could this Four-Dweller share all of their goals? Attempting to ask further questions, the Four-Dweller refused to answer, and it became apparent that the Four-Dweller didn't mean their individual challenges. The being meant they would soon be aligned to a similar goal, as if somehow it knew the future. As they traveled together, the Four-Dweller explained the political climate to the north and what to expect. It also advised on how to proceed and the lands that the adventurers would encounter. All the advice was a surprise, and the adventurers couldn't help but feel comfortable and safe with the Four-Dweller, as if their souls knew the creature somehow, and knew its intentions were pure. Sticking back while encountering humans, the companion joined the adventurers as they traveled miles to the north. First, they intended to go to the colony, as the Four-Dweller explained that this was the place to go if they had business up north. Eventually leaving the Four-Dweller on the outskirts, they reached Mound Colony. A few guards stood before the entrance, refusing entry. Shocked that they'd be turned away, the adventurers asked for help in some way, as they had a long journey from Mangrove Huddle. Taking pity on the 5, they were given a meal and advised that if they want entrance, they'd have to prove themselves to be allies to the colony. When asking for clarification, the captain of the guard explained that the situation in Forest Sanctuary is tense, and the colony's leadership is anxious about it. They think Forest Sanctuary might be preparing a raid on their city. There's little chance for that, but the risk is still too high for them. If you want to access the city, you must investigate what's going on in Forest Sanctuary and return to Colony with the information. The adventurers agreed to investigate the Forest Sanctuary, wanting to repay the kindness the guards had shown them with food and a place by the fire. Going on another trek, they traveled to Forest Sanctuary to the east. They found a rather friendly village, founded by Niante at the end of the fall of Avalon. They, with the help of an unknown druid, found a way to survive the fall of Avalon and even procure a menhir. The village was very busy and clearly divided between two groups. One was planning an expedition into the dangerous forest to find shelter to move the forest sanctuary, as survival was becoming too hard for a long-term settlement, while the other group wanted to stay, believing the risks in moving were too high. Both were attempting to sway citizens, and many were packing their belongings, expecting a move. Seeing very quickly that these people were not at all raiders or bandits, the adventurers were confused but felt that their job was done. All they had to do was return to the colony and report that everything seemed fine. Walking back and getting a little tired of walking back and forth between settlements, they saw the colony in the distance, hoping their telling of the Forest Sanctuary's events would suffice to opening the doors. Telling the guards that Forest Sanctuary appears to be harmless as far as they could tell, the guards let them in. However, their presence caught the ear of the queen of the Farpoint Mound colony, and she requested their audience. Being adventurers from the south was intriguing to the king and queen of the colony. Bowing before the royalty, the queen tells you they have captured a strange creature recently. It claims it's a man named Lancelot, but it tells bizarre stories about lands without snow, and curses her people for not fighting weirdness or lighting the menhirs, even though it's common knowledge you can't do anything about weirdness, and that menhirs are just gnarly pieces of stone. It also tells strange stories about four-armed monsters that it was purportedly fighting. The king and queen suspect this man is a weird spawn, but they don't want to make a mistake and kill it without a reason, even if it's insane. You are asked, or rather forced, to peer into this case and share your opinion. Being led by several guards, the adventurers were brought to the deepest reaches of the colony, to a prison chamber. A man with a noble gait and air about him cursed at the guards upon the adventurers' entrance. He demanded release, or else King Arthur would behead them for their crimes. He told them he needed to be freed to return to the war against the Four-Dwellers. As the night turned to the adventurers, suddenly, all at once, the five saw a memory. They witnessed this man, Sir Lancelot, fighting a horde of Four-Dwellers so that the executors could escape. In this desperate act, Lancelot was eventually overrun and pushed off a ledge, plummeting into the swirling weirdness below. That was 1,000 years ago. So how could Lancelot have survived this long in Tuathan? Had the weirdness warped time so strongly that what felt like weeks wandering the fog was actually a millennia?
As the adventurers digested the sudden vision of the past, they felt a hand on their shoulder, and they were shaken from their stupor. The guards claimed that the man had put them under a spell. Dragging the adventurers out, the soldiers made sure that they were okay. The five didn't think that they were under any spell, but merely seeing a memory or vision. Trying to determine fact from fiction, they were led to a large, dark room to be separated from Lancelot. Almost instantaneously, the adventurers felt a wave of exhaustion and ease from the warm, damp room. Then, subsequently, they went to sleep. Awakening and feeling as though their bodies had been asleep for days, the adventurers uneasily got to their feet. Calling for the guards, they explained that given the adventurers being swayed by this monster's charms, that they intended to execute Lancelot in a few days. It was far too dangerous to keep him around. This news laid heavy upon the adventurers' hearts, for they knew with certainty that this man was the true Lancelot. Though they had only just met him, they were positive that he was a friend. Spending what few daytime hours remained till nightfall, they asked around the colony about the execution. Slowly giving up hope, they decided to get a breather and stepped beyond the colony's walls for fresh air and to meet with the mystery Fore-Dweller to see what it thought. They were found first by the Fore-Dweller, telepathically telling the adventurers that it believed someone of great importance is being imprisoned by the colony. The adventurers confirmed the Fore-Dweller's suspicions and told it of their collective vision and what it could mean, as well as Lancelot's execution being imminent. Perturbed, agitated, and concerned, the Fore-Dweller insisted that the adventurers have to save Lancelot by any means necessary. With its serious tone in their heads, the adventurers couldn't help but believe that maybe this Lancelot truly was the one from the Age of Legends. Why else would his life be so valuable? Being left on their own to save Lancelot, the adventurers didn't even know where to start in this alien city. They didn't have friends and barely had acquaintances. They knew there was miscommunication issues already within the city, as they had bad intel on Forest Sanctuary. They also knew that the area was populated with some bandits here and there. Figuring it would be wiser to ask around Forest Sanctuary rather than the colony for aid in a breakout, they headed to the settlement founded by Neonte. The village didn't seem to be on good terms with the colony, and the adventurers openly looked for people to give them useful information or to help them with expertise. Eventually, they stumbled upon a criminal, a thief who had experience stealing and escaping from the colony on more than one occasion. Hiring her as part of the crew, they asked other villagers for help. One charming man spoke up. His father was a sergeant in the colony, and he wasn't allowed to have children. This was a heinous crime, and the father would surely be punished if this went to the right people in the colony. Hoping to use this as blackmail, the adventurers heard of a few legends around the north that promised artifacts or powers to aid them. One such location was the Pit of the Dead, where the tomb of Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table were found. Nearby there was a cave with a hunchback. This hunchback was said to have magical powers and had the ability to infuse artifacts with supernatural abilities. Going to the cave, the hunchback was reluctant at first until he heard the adventurers' plea. The individual created an artifact for the adventurers to put a person to sleep with ease, aimed to help them render a guard unconscious if necessary. The final legend, which the adventurers had been pointed to, was a place called White Fog. A wet, frigid fog creeps from the north and gathers in this area, floating around cave entrances and above the frozen river. You hear muffled sounds, not unlike chatter, from below the icy surface. You wonder if your mind plays tricks on you, or if something lurks here. It was said that there were voices here that told secrets for a price of your own knowledge. Entering the ominous location, the adventurers heard the muffled voices and followed. They grew louder, and soon they saw lights floating beneath the ice and figures move. The voices promised to help the adventurers for the cost of a few of their memories. Agreeing and not knowing what had been forgotten, new memories flooded the adventurers' minds of various people's lives in the colony. They now knew its layout inside and out within intimate knowledge. The culture and societal laws, too, entered their minds, allowing them to understand the people of the colony far better. Now feeling that they gathered what they could outside of the colony, the adventurers were confident to enter again before Lancelot's execution date. Returning to the bastion, they wandered the maze-like streets now as if they were locals. Going to the sergeant whose bastard son the adventurers had met, they had no qualms blackmailing him to help them release Lancelot. As they returned to the center of town to discuss, they noticed waste collectors bickering. Heading over to give a compassionate ear, they learned about the infrastructure, but also gained some friends who appreciated not being looked down upon as the others in the village do to them. With things wrapped up in terms of resources collected, Fayul, Dagon, and Sloane spent several hours planning how to release Lancelot from prison, while Mabd and Neve were schmoozing with the guards, thinking it would be wise to get on a first-name basis with a few, and perhaps learn their watch schedules. Finally, after 3 days of prep work and exhaustive days of travel, the adventurers had it all planned out. Waiting for the change in watches, they had the sergeant make a distraction to get the adventurers inside. The thief then picked a lock leading deeper into the prison. Once inside, they knocked out the jailer using the Hunchback's artifact and got to the pit where Lancelot was being held. Using rope ladders, the adventurers successfully got to Lancelot, who was badly bloodied, likely from interrogation, and was now of need of medical care. Heading back up the rope ladder, the adventurers were able to escape the prison unseen. Soon they were in the streets of the colony, using the passageways that the voices from the white fog gave them knowledge of. Just as they thought that they were out of trouble and were on their way out of the colony, a small group of people spotted the adventurers, and Lancelot with them. They were convinced that this Lancelot was a weird spawn, and a mob begun to form. Trying to think of an alternate route to get out of the city, suddenly, several of the waste collectors jumped in to defend the adventurers and settled the crowd, convincing them not to call the guard. Thanking the workers, the 5 hurried through the colony and were able to escape. They had to escape back to the south where they would be safe. Lancelot, bloodied and tired, dragged the adventurers down and slowed their progress. Feeling the worst was hopefully behind them, the adventurers went to the Pit of the Dead, which was along the way. Here, they encountered several locals. Instantly, they spotted Lancelot. Not wanting to let them go to tell others what they saw, but also not wanting to add murder to their list of crimes, Fayul chucked the Hunchback's amulet, instantly putting the group to sleep with its power. Pushing forward, they came back to white fog. The wind in this terrifying location was exceptionally biting, and the adventurers began missing the hearth of the colony. They felt the onset of frostbite coming back, and their pace was slowed. Then they heard howls. Allfather Vindicators were on their tail. These men were the elite of the elite. Trained warriors who go out and slay heretics and all those that the priests sick them onto. Urging Lancelot on, Mabd and Neve hurried to get to Stillwater, where the only passage to the south led, while Sloane, Dagon, and Fayul prepared for a battle with these elite warriors. Charging, Dagon used raw force while Sloane slashed with expert precision. Meanwhile, Fayul used her weird magic to attack the Vindicators with powers not meant for man. Fighting these Vindicators was the hardest challenge that the adventurers experienced so far, but their skills had grown in the last few weeks. Slaying the Vindicators, the adventurers walked away, scathed and wounded. They didn't even stop to mend their wounds, knowing other Vindicators were hot on the trail. Forcing their bodies to keep pushing, they came across Stillwater, the only way to get to the south, which went through twisted pathways. Thankfully, with the Four Dwellers' aid before, they knew the way. Either clutching at their wounds or carrying Lancelot, the 5 had their hands full. After hours of travel, they were finally in the south, and they doubted the Vindicators could traverse the twisted pathways. Finally taking a rest, the adventurers began patching wounds, and they laid Lancelot against a nearby tree. Once they all had a chance to catch their breath, Lancelot spoke. He asked what was wrong with the menhirs. The adventurers shrugged as Menhir knowledge was limited, and even now, 1,000 years after Lancelot's time, no one really knew how they operated in the first place. Lancelot then asked where the druids are and why they aren't tending the menhirs like they ought to. Suddenly, a branch snapped, and Lancelot hushed when he saw the figure of a giant fore-dweller. With his muscle memory, Lancelot reached for his sword erendite, but swore to himself, remembering he was unarmed. His eyes widened in fear as the fore-dweller approached. Rising to his feet, using the tree as leverage, Lancelot raised his fists, futilely preparing for a fight. Then, to the shock of everyone, the fore-dweller spoke with a feminine voice. She told them there was nothing to fear. She was the Pale Lady. Jaw open, Lancelot blinked in confusion. "My lady?" Lancelot asks. "You look different." "And you look exactly the same as 1,000 years ago, Lancelot," the fore-dweller replies. Then they start a conversation that you cannot entirely comprehend, but you understand that the monstrous fore-dweller is apparently the Pale Lady, a legendary figure from the past, the traitor of her race, and the savior of humankind. The man is Lancelot, a friend of King Arthur, one of the original knights who came here from the homelands. They discussed topics that the adventurers didn't understand and occasionally spoke in hushed voices. Lancelot was clearly taking everything the Pale Lady said very hard. Life was so different, and everyone he had ever known was long dead except for the Pale Lady. He had become a legend, and most of the history from the Age of Legends had been lost. After a long conversation, he agreed to do a task for the Pale Lady, retrieve the Menhir rites in Camelot. He hoped using the rites could stave off the weirdness and the eternal winter. The Pale Lady viewed this opinion as infantile hope, but agreed that at the least, the Menhir rites would be a benefit to accomplish what came next in everyone's story. She advised the adventurers to meet her under Camelot's walls, as the rites would help them in their goals as well. She took Lancelot off the adventurer's hands, helping heal him as the two traveled eastward to Camelot, leaving the adventurers to their own devices. The adventurers heard the footsteps of their allies crunch off in the distance, trailing off until it was indiscernible. Looking between themselves, the sense of how small they were in the vastness of history dawned on them. They had accidentally stumbled upon a grand knightly quest involving the great King Arthur, Sir Lancelot, and the Pale Lady, three of the most iterated names in all of history. Somehow, they were in the middle of this grand tale, and the Pale Lady insisted that they, of all people, had a role to play. In that quiet moment between heartbeats, the adventurers understood they were no longer mere witnesses to myth. They had become the next thread in its weave. Feeling that heading north would be dangerous given they were wanted by the Vindicators, the adventurers chose to venture east to where the Pale Lady had suggested. They trekked their way, first taking a respite in Rangrove Huddle and reuniting with some friends, telling them of a few of their tales in the north. Their home was still barely scraping by, and the end of the age remained imminent. After warming long enough by the fire, they promised to return one day and went northeast to the sanctuary the adventurers had found weeks prior in the frozen desert. There, they could spend the night, free from the worst of the eternal cold and the weirdness.
In the morning, the adventurers looked upon the expansive rock face and noticed changes since they were last there. The Pale Lady had indeed manipulated the area in such a way to make the rope bridges visible, which led up to Camelot's burrow. Scaling the wall on the ancient bridge was unnerving, but shockingly sturdy despite its age. Collecting themselves at the top, all they saw was a ghost town. Tens of thousands of people used to live here, and now the only sound was the whooshing of wind. It was out of range of a menhir for too long, and had no chance against the eternal winter. The watchtowers had crumbled into ruin. The streets were populated by weird spawn alone. At the south of the city where the adventurers had landed themselves, they had a great view of the island, however. To their east, the dilapidated walls of Camelot loomed. The appearance of dozens of feet of snow piling upon the old statue of Arthur was surreal. Ruins of a legendary Camelot lie before you. Most of the castle fell into the sea along with the crumbling cliff. An enormous statue, broken in half, still guards the gaping entrance, glowering from beneath its stone hood. When you tear your eyes away from the ruins, you notice a forest of misshapen trees surrounding them. Looking around, the adventurers quickly spotted the duo of the Pale Lady and Lancelot. Pale Lady, together with Lancelot, looks at what remains of Camelot. The knight is distraught. The foredweller ignores him and unsentimentally tells you that she can't go into the castle because defensive runes still repel her and her kin, so you must go alone to find the menhir rites. You ask Lancelot where to find them, but he doesn't remember. His memories are still hazy. All he knows is that they kept knowledge about menhirs and mysteries of the island in places marked with the Grail symbol, a simple cup or a goblet. Lancelot and the Pale Lady stayed behind, but left the adventurers with a couple of parting gifts. For one, the Pale Lady provided a tincture to temporarily remove their frostbite, while Sir Lancelot gave advice on what he'd expect in there, though he hadn't seen Camelot in centuries. The adventurers trudged onward through the snow to Camelot, Arthur's ancient seat of power, and where Morgaine had ruled with terror for several centuries. Beyond spirits and monsters, the capital was mostly uninhabited. Worms strewn about and apparitions haunted trespassers. Walls depicted tales from ages past, with faces obscured due to the passage of time. Finding no obvious way beneath the walls, the adventurers ventured to the stairs leading to the cellars. Surely, if there was a room beneath the walls, the cellars would at least have a passageway to it. The cellars were dilapidated, but shockingly had no cave-ins. As the adventurers looked around the passageways, Sloane saw signs that Lancelot had advised them to look for. Guided by the knight's advice, they wandered the maze-like cellar with too few rooms until they came across another intersection. No longer seeing markings on the wall to guide them, the adventurers waited to think. They dreaded the idea of being lost down here with weird spawns lurking about. Taking a breather, Dagon and Mabd noticed that the air down one of the passageways felt familiar. The more that they thought about it, they realized it radiated an energy much like the mangrove huddled tree. The Pale Lady had mentioned a barrier which guarded against foredwellers. The adventurers guessed that perhaps it was a similar kind of magic, and followed their gut down the corridor. Then they came upon it, a magical barrier erected to ward off weird spawn and foredwellers. As the adventurers tried to walk through, they felt resistance. Confused, they tried again. feeling the magic pull them back, preventing entry. Surely none of them were weird spawn, so how could this be possible? Forced to retreat, they left to give the update to the Pale Lady. Returning to where Sir Lancelot and the Pale Lady had made a temporary camp, the Pale Lady was shocked to see them return so soon. The wards specifically were made to allow humans, and humans alone, entrance. Thinking for a moment, the Pale Lady concluded that perhaps, with how long humanity has lived in Avalon, the weirdness changed their essence to becoming more Avalonian, and ancient magic no longer even considered them human. It was a strange theory, but she gave the adventurers knowledge of runes Arthur would use to bypass the magical shield, as he too was not fully human. Handing over the magical rite, the Pale Lady and Sir Lancelot bade the adventurers farewell, as they decided to let Lancelot rest further south to recover from his wounds. Agreeing to reconvene after exploring beneath Camelot's walls, they did separate again. Using the runes that the Pale Lady handed them, the adventurers returned to the barrier. Activating them, they lifted the stones to test its effects on the barrier. Though the magic still repelled, it was not enough to prevent entry. Pushing forward, it felt like the air had changed radically. Howls and growls were down the halls, and the five briefly considered leaving. Instead, they walked forward, carefully and slowly. The ground felt moist and muddy. Some of the adventurers wondered if this is what it would be like walking into the mouth of a giant worm. Stepping past an abnormally large puddle of sludge, the five saw glowing eyes just past their torchlight. A woman transformed by the Red Death, the Weirdness, and Avalon attacked the party. Slaying her quickly, they were careful to not make skin contact with her, as it could make them contract the Red Death. Hurriedly, they walked past while holding their breath. The stench grew, and they regretted the trip in its entirety when suddenly the area opened up. This last stand of humanity was created by Arthur to protect his people should all else fail. To you, it looks anything but safe. Mud and old blood stain the floor. The air smells unpleasant, and unsettling sounds rub your nerves raw. You're confused and don't know exactly where the exit is or what to do here. If you spend too much time in these darkest depths, you'll die of illness or madness. Fighting back fear, the adventurers looked around and decided to set up a small camp. The ceilings rose several dozen feet into the fetid air. After retracing their steps to ensure they knew a way out so that they wouldn't get lost, they broke camp and went through Undercastle. With each step, the air felt fouler. This place was like a maze, and the stench made their senses disoriented. Creatures and monsters lurked and ambushed the five regularly. It was a wonder how Weirdspawn could be here with the ward in place. Where were they all coming from? Animals could be understood, but not Weird claimed. While exploring, the adventurers came across several letters and tomes, most of which were discarded. One, however, described the way into the archive, the very room where the Menhir rites likely would be. Navigating their way to the entrance, the five found the doorway and entered. High shelves, many broken under their own weight, hang everywhere. Books, stone tablets, scrolls, and parchments lie scattered on the floor and stuffed in the racks. Frescoes adorn the walls, and one catches your attention. A tall hero stands by a prone man and defends him from a giant weird bear. The adventurers studied the library thoroughly, finding where Menhir rites ought to be. Several books theorized the history of Menhirs and their origins. A single book looked promising, which discussed the matter of enhancing a Menhir's capabilities. Taking the book, the contents were blank. Confused how that was at all possible, the adventurers felt exhausted from the skirmishes, and now the slow, monotonous study of tomes. Glaring at the extensive library, the five began to calculate how many hours it would take to scour every inch and tome for the Menhir rites. As they began to move, a wave of lethargy hit them. The adventurers slumped down, collapsed, and fell asleep. After what felt like moments, they felt something peculiar on their skin, a light breeze and soothing heat. Opening their eyes, they were somewhere else entirely, in a meadow. There wasn't a single sign of snow or ice anywhere, and the five were astounded. It was a beautiful day. Looking around, the adventurers saw a man by the head of a menhir, which protruded from the ground. As he performed a complex ritual, a sensation of the banishing of weirdness struck them. That same man then collapsed from the taxing ritual, and suddenly, a weird bear came out of nowhere and charged at the unconscious man. Charging at the monster to save the innocent man, the weird bear then ran off. It was afraid. The five looked between themselves, very confused. No weird bear had ever done that. It wasn't in their nature. They attack wanton, never afraid. Could it have been an ordinary bear? Do those even exist? The adventurers see colors of green, yellow, and brown about the vicinity. They had never seen such colors this vibrant in nature, and none on Avalon had, in centuries. All they had known was gray. Going to the man, Mabd and Neve checked on him. He wouldn't wake up for quite a while. Confused and lost in a weird world, the adventurers set up a camp and waited for the mysterious man to awaken. Sitting beside each other, they debated what could possibly be happening and what sort of alien world this could be, or if they were experiencing a collective dream. If it was a mere dream, then how were they going to wake up? Would they have to hope that the Pale Lady or Sir Lancelot would save them before a weird creature killed them in the real world? Suddenly, the man awoke. Helping him to some water, the man spoke before the adventurers could ask questions. The man thanks the five for their kindness and saving him from the bear as they described. He then asked, seeing as they look like a capable sort and good Samaritans, if they would be willing to escort him back to Camelot. Not knowing what else to do, the adventurers agreed before asking the man's name. He introduced himself as Oisin. Immediately, Sloane's eyes darted between his friends. He knew exactly who this man was. Ever since he was a boy, his father would tell him tales of the great Oisin, the druidic poet knight. They had been set into the distant past to before the eternal winter set in, and 100 years after the fall of Avalon. They were at the tail end of the Century of Mists, and they were about to witness when Avalon plunged into the cold. Could what they do now change the past and alter Avalon in the present? What if there was a way to save Avalon after all? First, a small addendum that would have altered a few parts of my recounting of the last night. Simply, an additional town was near Mangrove Huddle called the Round Farmhold, a village living in the ruins of Tainted Grail. Due to the expedition founding the settlement, it was able to survive the Century of Mists all the way to the last night. Though it is more so a village on the way and holds little bearing, I figured I ought to explain that. Keep in mind there are countless details I leave out, as it is typically only important for individual locations, and I'd like for you all to enjoy those adventures yourself, or I would dive into it in a later lore video. Anyhow, back to the saga. Following Oisin was the adventurer's only reasonable move. Sloane was certain that if this was truly Oisin, he was a noble and honorable knight. It would be best to stick around a man of his caliber and aid him when able. The adventurers took the advice of the veteran and followed Oisin. They witnessed the world from a past age. It all felt surreal. They witnessed how the Allmother was once the main religion of the day and how it was transitioning into the Allfather faith instead. The Allfather priest wielded a large axe, but welcomed the adventurers with open arms, while the Allmother priestesses likewise provided aid. The world was shockingly stable compared to what they had expected to find. Several villages were on their way, and Avalon was far more populous than their reality. Where there are graves in the future, there was instead sprawling land. Where mangrove huddles stood, instead they saw a vibrant large tree with not a soul around. The villages and boroughs were rife with criminals and street urchins. The stench and the heat was unbearable, as all they knew was the cold. Finally, they arrived at the capital of Avalon, the ancient seat of power of Camelot. Oisin was clearly a regular, as the inhabitants knew him well. He was well respected by the people of Avalon, as well as the knights. Though the adventurers tried to hide their origins from Oisin, he could tell that something was off with the five. Bringing them to the grand table, he invited them as his guests to the castle. It's refreshing, after your Honoric venture through a familiar yet unknown land. Soon, Oisin joins you and scolds one man for rearranging archives without his knowledge. You overhear something interesting. The archive section containing knowledge about menhirs and weirdness was moved under the northern wall. Without changing the markings on racks, you decide to investigate tomorrow, but today you've earned rest in a real, comfortable bed. As the adventurers awoke, they found themselves in a cold sweat. The empty book they had opened apparently had sent them into this weird realm to meet with Oisin. It appeared to be a failsafe to ensure only those Oisin accepted would have been granted the knowledge of menhir rights. Perhaps he feared agents of nefarious forces would have looked for the rights, and Oisin wanted to ensure that they wouldn't find them. Regardless, the adventurers found the menhir rights based on the directions Oisin had given them in the dream. The party began wondering whether they even preferred the past world before the eternal winter. Leaving the archive, the adventurers returned to their base camp in the middle of the ruins. They followed the signs back, which they set up once they entered the underground. The adventurers intended to bring the Pale Lady the menhir rights upon her request, and were set on finding her near the Black Sands, where they had last been told that the Pale Lady was going. The five traversed up and out of Camelot, eventually reaching the cellar and the bitter cold of Avalon. It was oddly comforting after their journey. Bypassing the broken walls, they saw a lone figure on top of a cliff. It was Lancelot, gazing upon the expanse. It appeared that he had recovered from his injuries while the adventurers had been in Undercastle. When he noticed the five, the knight walked to them, asking them to follow. The Pale Lady had recently hunted a boar and intended to provide food for the adventurers, as she doubted there was a good food source hundreds of feet under the earth. She looked over the menhir rights and determined everything was in order. The Pale Lady then told the adventurers to harvest the boar and gave them a shadow-leaking scroll, likely an invention of Merlin 1,000 years ago. For those who remember about 20 episodes back, This was the same kind of scroll Merlin had used to save the Executors 1,000 years ago during the battle that started the Age of Legends. Regardless, the adventurers butchered the boar and then proceeded to read the words on the scroll aloud. Suddenly, they all vanished. Their sight took a moment to adjust as they were transported from the woodland near Camelot. Greasy darkness spits you out onto a frozen river, into a sea of white, filthy worms. Lancelot stands, shaking maggots off. Pale Lady doesn't seem to notice the writhing worms, instead approaching where the menhir is trapped under the ice. She tells you what you must do to prepare the ritual, and Lancelot helps. When the rite ends, you feel as if something has moved in the foundations of Avalon, something that has slept beneath snow and ice. You feel power pushing the weirdness away, emanating with magic instead of absorbing it. The Four-Dweller looks somewhat smaller than before, but she is seemingly content with this outcome. Lancelot tells you that he must have given away too much magic, and he feels exhausted. But you feel light and unburdened, without the weirdness here. Everything looks, smells, and feels better. After feeling the rush of energy, it felt as if this is what home was meant to feel like. It felt oddly natural, even though they had never experienced the utter dissolution of weirdness. As they began gathering their surroundings of this putrid place, the Pale Lady spoke and asked the adventurers to listen to her words carefully. She explained that her goal was to cleanse Avalon of the weirdness and make Avalon humanity's new home. The Pale Lady then revealed that a giant menhir resides under the ancient Four-Dweller capital of Tuathan. She believed that activating it, as well as the smaller menhirs on Avalon's surface, could banish the weirdness for good from the island. The issue was that in order to activate the giant menhir, there was a caveat. Only an exemplar of humanity could activate this beacon. They had to be fully human, not warped by weirdness as this generation of humanity had become. She explained that originally what was necessary for a menhir to be created was an aspect of humanity, but sadly it got corrupted over time. The giant menhir beneath Tuathan likewise needed an aspect of humanity to complete its work. She tried for centuries to find an object or person to use for it, but to no avail. As they discussed, all eyes were now on Lancelot. He was the only being who was from the continent, the human reality. He was a paragon and an exemplar of man. Lancelot would be needed to mold the heart of Tuathan into something human, and she needed the adventurers' help as their origins had links to the heart itself. The revelations and the theories were hard for the adventurers to comprehend, but before they had a chance to respond, Lancelot offered his aid. He was willing to help the adventurers in their quest, but also willing to be a sacrifice if necessary to create a new home for humanity. Thanking the humans, the Pale Lady explained that she would wait for them in the Fractured Tower, as she had to gather the tools needed to enact her plan. For those who remember the Last Age, the Fractured Tower is what remains of Longbarrow, the ancient home of the Avalonian Guardians that defended humanity against the Four-Dwellers and Mordred. Leaving the Six, they were now on their own. However, now they had the Menhirites, capable of banishing the weirdness in their path, leaving mainly just humans to deal with. Traveling to the Pale Lady would be a journey in of itself, though, as the children of Morrigan acted like warlords in this part of the island. It was full of sycophants. However, having fought several tough foes at this point, most skirmishes with these acolytes were doable. Not to mention, Lancelot was famed to have once slain a giant worm with a single blow of his blade erendite, which was a story he regularly reminded the party. The night was a juggernaut. The adventurers were at the crossroads that led to the north or south. Checking the area for a way westward, now with clearer vision with the weirdness dispersed, they suddenly heard a screech. Wielding their weapons, only Fayul knew what that terrible sound was. The Black Drifter dives at you from the sky. You feel the magic hoarded in your artifacts and your body start floating away. The beast isn't interested in fighting you, it only wants power. This was the creature that slew Fayul's lifelong friends in mere moments. Even with how much they had grown as a party, and even with Lancelot by their side, she knew this was folly. The Black Drifter was drawn to the menhirs, and was summoned when one was activated. The giant, shadowy, bird-like monster towered over the adventurers, nearly the height of the menhir. Its claws, a mix of shadow and bone, gripped the ground as its being consumed the magic of the adventurers as well as the menhir. Advising against attacking the Black Drifter and letting it consume the magic, they had to choose to either trust Fayul's warning or fight it. If letting the Drifter have its way meant losing the power of the menhir, the rest of the adventurers went against Fayul's warning. They charged the creature of shadow, who at first ignored the strikes. Though it wasn't completely futile, hitting its semi-ethereal form did not land the blows they had hoped it would. Once it drained the party of enough magic, it then attacked. Its claws sliced through steel as though it was no stronger than a wisp of air. Gashing and slicing through the adventurers, they were severely wounded, and Fayul remembered the horrid memories of her last group being slaughtered. Still attempting to tell them the more they fight it, the more the Drifter would lash out, Sloane and Lancelot ignored the warnings. Giving it all they got, they cut through large chunks of shadow, insistent to at least give this thing a crippling wound. They couldn't let this creature stop them on their quest now. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it took flight and vanished, leaving the adventurers in a bloody mess. They took no casualties, and apparently they had given the Black Drifter enough of a bloody nose that it decided to leave them, and that it wasn't worth the effort. Feeling a modicum of guilt for steering her friends the wrong way, Fayul realized this creature wasn't as invincible as she feared it was. If it bleeds, there must be a way to kill it and avenge her fallen comrades. Licking their wounds, the adventurers continued their journey with the weirdness dispersed and the menhir intact. Where there was once a pocket of swirling weirdness, it was now gone. A path had opened up from the menhir's lighting that led to the west. Not for an age had this path been open, and the ease of travel between east and west was now unbarred. Leaving the sea of white maggots, the adventurers went northwest. They saw things Easterners had only been told tales of. They found the remnants of the Moon Ring and the Weeping Watcher, which housed many of humanity in the west. However, their goal was to get to the Fractured Tower, where the Pale Lady had set up her base for a final expedition into Tuathan, believing this last quest could finally bring peace to Avalon and humanity. A single tower stands against the skyline, its shattered spire resting at the foot of a hill. The tower appears in many legends and paintings as a meeting place, backdrop to a scene, or as the setting of a battle. No one knows its original purpose, but it must be related to the Tuathan Wall looming to the west. Strange beasts prowling the surrounding woods certainly come from this ancient city. Standing motionless at the foot of the hill which the fractured tower lay, the Pale Lady gazed at the mouth of Tuatha. Her belt was adorned with tools, artifacts, and runic stones. All the sacrifices, all the tests, and all the calamities led to this moment. A moment where she could finally actualize her dead son's dream. Even if Arthur couldn't see it done, she would ensure humanity had life again. The adventurers knew now that their role was clear. They would participate in the fate of the end of an age and the fate of humanity. Never had humanity been so close to permanent extinction. After a good night's rest, they awoke in the ruins of the fractured tower, the previous bastion that staved off foredwellers and Weirddspawn for centuries. Breaking camp, the adventurers, Lancelot and the Pale Lady, trotted over to the massive, flesh-like walls. The only entrance was flanked by giant skeletal statues that watched the intruders with a stone gaze. Walking toward the ravine, the adventurers encountered the animated dead inhabitants from the last age, who once were fishermen before being corrupted and left virtually as guardians to the entrance of Tuatha. After dispatching the undead, they crossed the barrier of mainland Avalon to the ancient home of the foredwellers. You enter a strange valley full of broken statues, stone remains strewing the ground. The wind quickens in this tunnel of Weirdstone, chilling you to the bone. You remember stories of this place, that as soon as you enter, you sense something watching you and feel unfathomable horrors lurking just beyond your field of vision. But right now, you feel only emptiness and sadness. As was typical Pale Lady fashion, she would lament at the state of the world at every turn. Tuatha was not a place of emptiness and sadness years ago, and all that was left of both civilizations of humans and foredwellers was decay and ruin. The weirdness did not teem in Tuatha as it had in past ages. Instead, the adventurers could witness the physical nature of Tuatha with their own eyes, unlike the expedition or the executors. They came across large, perfectly symmetrical buildings in the distance. Where in the past they were ever shifting, now it was a graveyard and silent Weirdstone. Thousands of human, foredweller, and animal bodies lined the ground, but there was no stench. Some were normal corpses with varying degree of decay. However, the scene was gruesome, as all their organs remained intact and preserved, while their skin and flesh was gone. Attempting to avoid the bodies was impossible, as they lined the entirety of the city's landscape. Suddenly, a realization struck the adventurers. Supposedly, this was to be the heart of the weirdness, but it was no thicker than beyond Tuatha's walls. How was that possible? The adventurers could merely speculate. Like water finding its level, it appeared that the weirdness reached an equilibrium across the island. Looking around at the bodies, the adventurers also realized that the gruesome display seemed intentional, as if a person or a group stripped corpses of their flesh for some purpose. Looking at the bodies, Sir Lancelot recognized some armor pieces and crests on some horsemen that met their fate here. Many of the Round Table Knights met their end in Tuatha, having decided to go out in a blaze of glory as their last unified act. Leaving the graveyard, the adventurers came across several oddities, and answered a few riddles of the island, which I may go over in other videos. Eventually, they came across the last city of the Foredwellers, numbering maybe a dozen. They were the last of their kind. Seeing them, the adventurers were shocked that they congregated near a menhir-like statue, as they needed it to survive, very much so like how humanity clung to menhirs and built around them in past ages. Cautiously, they approached as they didn't seem hostile. As the adventurers neared, the Foredwellers raised their weapons, but not at the humans, at the Pale Lady. She ignored their response and proceeded to have a conversation with them in their minds. The menhir-like statue was something they called an unmenhir. Long ago, in the Age of Legends, when Arthur drove Excalibur into Tuathan's heart, the weirdness would eventually fade substantially. In an act of desperation, once Arthur, his knights, and the executors left, they asked the Everdweller for help. They knew eventually the heart of Tuathan would bleed out mere wisps of weirdness. That would mean all of the Foredwellers would die, as they need the weirdness to live. The Everdweller's solution was the Unmenhir. It trapped its soul within an Everdweller menhir that, instead of pushing back the weirdness, would pull weirdness to it, so that the Foredwellers could always have a home. Listening to the explanations, the adventurers felt out of their depth. In addition, since the Pale Lady was a translator, the adventurers also felt unsure about what she was translating. Clearly, the Foredwellers and her were on bad terms, but she refused to explain why. They were worried that she was hiding very important details for what was ahead of them. Perhaps she wasn't on their side after all. As the adventurers nodded goodbye, they suddenly felt a pull. The Unmenhir was calling them, urging them to near. Uncertain, they cautiously approached, and all the Foredwellers watched in anticipation. The weirdness surrounding the giant statue was more pure than anything they had seen, and appeared to be the primordial material found in the land beyond the stars. Reaching out their hand to touch the statue, the adventurers unexpectedly found themselves wrapped by the weirdness, and the Everdweller held them there to speak to them. Shocked and confused, the adventurers felt the telepathic communication enter their minds. The Everdweller welcomed the Guardians, saying they met 1,000 years ago in the Age of Legends. He applauded the Guardians in their resolve during the Age of Legends, and thanked them for acting wisely during the fall of Avalon. As the adventurers attempted to voice their misunderstanding, suddenly dozens of tendrils shot from the undulating stone statue, entering the adventurers' minds with its ethereal form. All at once, their memories from all their past lives flooded back. Without an explanation, the Everdweller told them in their stupor that soon they'd be confronted with the most consequential decision Avalon had ever faced, and pleaded with them to act wisely before releasing them. Dumbfounded, they tried to piece together what happened. The Foredwellers marveled at the event, seeing as they viewed the Everdweller as a deity-like figure. For the Everdweller to call the adventurers to it, they realized that these intruders must be of utmost importance. The five tried to decipher what had happened, and Neve's fears of having past lives doing horrible things was solidified. With varying degrees of uncertainty, the adventurers drew the conclusion that they were souls that had been reincarnated dozens of times over 1,000 years. As you can imagine, having the memories of dozens of full lifetimes didn't provide clarity on the finer details. A brain can only contain so much information. The Pale Lady urged the adventurers to hurry to the heart. This urgency, after such a bizarre event, left the five even more unsure about her motives. It felt like she feared that they were told things they were not supposed to understand. Pushing them forward, the Pale Lady led them through Tuathan until they came across ruins. A vast wasteland with one discernible landmark, a high, tilted hill resting on human-made walls which sank into the ground. Tendrils of weirdness lazily float above the snow, melting it in their paths, dispersing as they touch snowdrifts. Upside-down Camelot still remained, but the aesthetic from centuries of weirdness was web-like. The stone resembled Tuathan's porous and fleshy wall. As the team traversed the bizarre landscape, the Pale Lady and Sir Lancelot crested the hill. She said this is where the ritual needs to take place and requested that the adventurers keep them safe as they banish the weirdness for good. She feared that they would be attacked the moment that they began the final act. The Pale Lady started an elaborate dance-like performance, the land terraformed around them with her hypnotic movements. Though distracted by the ritual, the adventurers spotted a foredweller who likely followed them from the city. When it saw what the Pale Lady was doing, it went aggressive and charged at the adventurers. The foredweller seemed desperate, like it knew that whatever the Pale Lady was doing surely would lead to something catastrophic. Attacking the aggressor, the stray foredweller perished with ease. It was too desperate to act tactically, even though it landed a couple of blows. You return to your post. You're so concentrated on the surroundings, looking for anything that could interrupt the ritual. You don't notice the cloud of weirdness behind your back suddenly expands and engulfs you. You feel like falling as the landscape around you shifts erratically. When your vision stabilizes again, you see a hulk of a man, clad in enormous armor, standing inside a whirlwind of weirdness, similar to the one that surrounded the Pale Lady. He rests upon a blade driven into the ground, his eyes closed, his face a mask of utmost focus. To the side, a wild battle takes place. Some people you barely see facing a flickering creature with countless arms and eyes. In the meantime, the man you now recognize as Arthur begins to shape the torrent of weirdness. Giant foundations emerge from nothingness around the king, and upon them, giant walls. A room is formed, and on its floor, a circular platform rises up, surrounded by pylons of weirdness taking the shape of knights. What is this madness? Is the king trying to shape a round table out of weirdness? Arthur twitches. He's exhausted, in pain, and quickly losing focus. The citadel begins to skew, stones running like tar. The unfinished table falls to the floor, turning into a round pit. Something red boils deep down. The statues begin to warp, and you see several barely visible clouds of color escaping them and floating towards people who have just entered the stillborn citadel, looking for their king. The adventurers found themselves trying to piece history together and realizing their kinship with these 5 people of varying colors is indescribable. Around them, they notice that they are at the exact spot where Arthur drove Excalibur into the ground ages ago. The weirdness then begins to fade, and looking around, they notice a figure in armor lying on the ground. When the mist finally dissipates, they see it is a weird creature with long, sharp claws. With a shriek, the Pale Lady yells in surprise, but not fear. This creature was Lancelot. He transformed from the ritual into something else. He ended up being a fetch after all, the exact creature that Mound Colony theorized he was. Fetches, for those who don't know, are shapeshifters that contort their face and body to copy another being before killing the real version and then inflicting atrocities with the mask of their victim. This fetch, however, had been Sir Lancelot for so long that it truly thought that it was Lancelot. Cursing and pacing, the Pale Lady was furious and felt lost. She walked away in thought, hoping she could think of some other solution. The adventurers weren't sure how to feel. Not only had the plan to save the world failed, but their friend, who they grew fond over in the last month, wasn't a person at all. The fetch came to after a minute, and was stunned to see its hands replaced by claws. Panicking, it asked what happened and if this was part of the ritual. Debating inwardly, eventually, the adventurers told it the truth, that it was a weird creature and wasn't Lancelot after all. The creature's body began to shake and then, in a fetal position, wept. Its words were incoherent as it cried. Unsure whether to kill it or let it live, the fetch started transforming back into Lancelot while it was in pain. Even without Lancelot's body, the fetch could still transform back if it acted human. Feeling pity, Mab encouraged it and told the fetch that seeing as it was Lancelot for 1,000 years, even as a fetch, it could still be Lancelot. The fetch stopped crying and then nodded before standing up, and its form slowly transformed into Lancelot's version. He agreed and made an astute observation that if Arthur could transform his body and soul to that of a foredweller and still be king of humanity, surely he can be a fetch and Sir Lancelot. At the bottom of the hill, the Pale Lady sat with a hand on her helm. Checking on her, the Pale Lady said she had been planning this for so long. To have this plan for centuries, just to have the hope extinguished right at the end, was defeating. The Pale Lady looked up to see Lancelot's face. Annoyed, but feeling done with it all, she accepted the adventurer's decision to let him stay. Everyone stood, waiting in silence. Deep in the heart of Tuathan that was once the source of life, it was a wasteland. Hanging on the Pale Lady's words, she sighed and said she had one idea. There were 3 stone heads found on Avalon that know all things. If anyone could tell them how to save humanity, it was them. But sadly, they hate the Pale Lady and would surely refuse to talk to her. She looked at the adventurers and told them that's where they came in. Though I had ended it with the hunt for the Stone Sages from last time, in the Last Night board game, they forced the players to complete their character arcs here before continuing, namely accomplishing the missions that led the 5 to leave Mangrove Huddle in the first place. So I suppose it is a small addendum, but I will leave these tangential quests for another time when I go over all the known guardian spirits and their lives. The 3 stone sages were the mouths of Riverfall. It was the ancient location where the Executors and Merlin had their showdown with the Everdweller 1,000 years ago. And it was also the location where the expeditions in the Last Age used to get in and out of Tuathan. Now, though in the past there was an underground river beneath Tuathan that ended at the waterfalls that Riverfall made, that was a dangerous venture. Instead, the Pale Lady revealed a secret of Avalon. There was a vast cave network under their feet. It extended all across the land and was far safer than the overworld. The adventurers had experienced a portion of it already under Camelot's walls. However, it extended all the way to Devastation, an ancient four-dweller library that had never been interpreted. It also went to the Pale Lady's Lonely Spire in the center of the island, to the Pit of the Dead where Arthur had been laid to rest a dozen times, along with many of his Knights of the Round Table, and also had an end at the heart of Tuatha, where they stood at that very moment. As a side note, in the RPG, when the vessel escaped the island asylum, there were many writings of Red Priests who had explored beneath and found a giant labyrinth that went into Avalon. Some of the priests theorized that it was also part of a cave network, and I'd guess if their theories were right, it would have been able to link up all the way to Tuatha. There's even evidence under the Archspire in the Horns of the South that it could be part of the same network, but I digress. A second detail to note is that also in the caves beneath the island asylum were writings linked to Foredwellers, and there are also pointers to the Pale Lady being the author of some of these writings. I won't get into it in depth, but it does appear, given lore in the Kings of Ruin game, which I have barely touched on the channel, that the Pale Lady had taken her followers and the followers of her son, the Prince, after his murder, and went into hiding or exile. My best guess is that the powers that be in Tuatha had hunted her people down to nigh extinction. While in hiding, they built the Menhir beneath the asylum for one reason or the other, and may have even participated in the founding of the bizarre mechanism two Titans operate in the caves. The library in Devastation was likely where her people recorded history from their perspective. By the time of Arthur in the Age of Legends, her people had successfully kept the cave system hidden from Tuatha, but were mostly exterminated before humanity's arrival, except for one known exception, the Weaver. The reason I'm mentioning this was because my first thought when I learned of this vast cave system, the logical conclusion would have been that the Foredwellers during the Age of Legends would have used it to obliterate Camelot and to use it for troop movement, but you never saw that during the war. One last unimportant note is that I don't believe the cave under the Titan Steps during the Age of Legends was part of the network, and was probably just a place Tuatha's army used as a base. It's also possible that somehow the Pale Lady had a way to close off all the pathings of the cave systems, and was why it was unusable for Tuatha during the Age of Legends in any tactical way. Anyway, let's move on from the tangent. Using the cave system, the adventurers went into a vast network of tunnels sprawling under the whole island like veins under the skin. Going to Riverfall, the closest exit point in the tunnel system was Devastation. Here, the landscape was as bizarre as any other place in Avalon. Trees grew upside down and frozen rivers fed them from a hot spring. Hills of rock formations created patterns in Foredweller runic symbols, which were illegible even for the Pale Lady if she had been in their party. Only the names of the dead were readable for her. She no longer joined them at this point, as she knew that the stone sages they were about to meet hated her. Not wanting to delay, the adventurers pushed on. To the west, a giant frozen wave of weirdness stuck in time as high as the walls of Tuatha loomed. It felt unnerving to near it, as it left a wanderer with the perpetual feeling that the wave would crash down at any moment and crush them. Tentatively, they approached, nearing the wave with a cliff to the south and Tuatha's walls to the north. This was the end of the world for Avalon. As the adventurers neared the wave, they heard voices over the edge of the cliff. Peering over, they saw 3 sets of eyes staring back at them. You lean over the cliff and see 3 faces carved in the stone, their eyes the size of a standing human. They stare piercingly back at you. It's not comfortable to talk like that, the cliff rumbles. There is a path leading down. Come closer, human. Clambering down to them, the adventurers stepped foot on the frozen sea and approached the sages. Their baritone voices reverberated with each word. In exchange for power, magic, or resources, they would answer any question that the adventurers had. First, the sages explained that they had been there since the beginning of Avalon, and they were used as essentially the sewage system of Tuathan, both of waste and failed creations, but they also absorbed all the knowledge that ever came from the Four-Dweller capital. Not sure what to do, the adventurers asked for advice as to what is even plausible anymore, given their failure in Tuathan. The sages answered and explained that one of three things can still be done. For one, the adventurers can permanently revert Avalon to how it was, forcing humanity to no longer survive there. For two, they could attempt to find an exemplar of humanity, to instead make Avalon livable for humanity, but destroy the Four-Dwellers and their role in the universe. Lastly, they could attempt to make an equilibrium, where they kill the Black Drifter, repair the Menhirs, and revert Avalon essentially to how it was before the fall of Avalon. All three options had validity to it, and it was very difficult for the adventurers to make a choice. In the meantime, they were not forced into making a decision yet. They weren't even sure that an exemplar could still be found to enact the Pale Lady's plan. If not, that left the adventurers with fewer options. Deciding to try to find an exemplar to see if it was even possible to make humanity the rulers of Avalon permanently, they asked the sages their next question. Where could they find an exemplar? The sages explained that there is a place in northeast Avalon where the only exemplars could be found. The last person to enter was from 400 years ago, at the end of the fall of Avalon. The adventurers were told to head to Forest Sanctuary to find the exemplar, as it was there that they would find more clues to their whereabouts. Bidding the sages farewell, the adventurers knew they would meet again before the end of the journey. They climbed back up the cliff face and walked back to Devastation and away from the ominous giant wave of weirdness above. Devastation linked them back to the cave system, where they traversed the entirety of the island from the most southwest point to the northwest, finding themselves at the Pit of the Dead, the ancient resting place of heroes. The giant statues of nobles were iced over by the eternal cold. Climbing up the ramp leading out of the pit, they made their way to the Forest Sanctuary. Of course, no one alive today would have ever even spoken to the individual from 400 years ago who entered the Whispering Forest where the exemplar lived, but they figured there could be pieces of evidence to investigate. Gazing at the menhir still standing, the adventurers came across runes. You read about the founding of the Forest Sanctuary. A handful of people fleeing the weirdness tried to find shelter under the menhir, but it was too weak to protect them. They encountered a priestess in the woods who told them to drag the menhir deeper into the forest and make their home there. They did as she said. Soon she left, explaining she must visit a friend. No one has encountered her since then. This lady must have been who the Stone Sages were talking about. Using what clues they had, the adventurers walked deep into the magical forest. As they walked the paths few tread, the trees felt more peaceful. Rounding a bend, they saw a humanoid figure whose body seemed to have been merged with nature. Its eyes were walnuts and hands were leaves. At its belt were severed heads next to an axe. Gearing up for a confrontation, instead the being spoke, offering the 5 wisdom. Refusing to elaborate further, it then told the adventurers of an ancient tree named Grove Soul, who was friends with Neonte centuries ago. After giving the adventurers directions, the peculiar being then left and disappeared. Confused, the 5 took the creature's advice. After all, following its directions was about as good of a direction to go than any. Heading north, they came across a thicker patch of forest. It looked as if the woods had intentionally been shaped and forced into impossible positions to make it as dense as it was. Then, suddenly, thunderous cracking noises came from within as the mass of trees moved. A giant tree creature emerged, its voice like gravel. It says that Avalon must be in dire need of his help again for humans to approach. Before giving the adventurers an opportunity to speak, Grove Soul seemed to somehow gather the deeds of the five up to this point and judged them accordingly. Seeing them as upstanding individuals seeking goodness, Grove Soul said it would help them. The Elder Tree revealed that Niante inhabited the tree after the fall of Avalon, and he has done well to preserve her belongings. With more loud creaks, the tree opened up to allow entrance to Niante's old home. Walking inside the being, they came across a tent, an altar to the Allmother, and a journal. Sifting through, Niante explained that after founding the forest sanctuary, she decided to enter deeper into the woods and into a mysterious realm. Following their lead to find the exemplar of humanity, they walked in her steps. The reality of Avalon began to merge with the new realm of Corbenic. The world was more peaceful, and the trees grew to extraordinary heights. Then, mysteriously, when you are ready to step into the strange area, a madman appears out of nowhere and grabs you by your shoulders. His breath smells like sweet fruits, contrasting with his otherwise poor state. You push him away, and he starts talking about incredible things, that humanity has fallen, but it also blooms, that the Red Death has never existed, but because of it, people came to Avalon and made its creator, and that everyone is dead but living. Suddenly, he screams and runs into the woods. This bizarre encounter was immediately forgotten once they felt their bodies begin to change. Their wounds were mended, their minds calmed, and the sound of music and laughter rang in the distance. This was Corbenic, and the ravings of the madman, though significant to reality, was overshadowed by the splendor of the human realm. It is no understatement to say that Corbenic was like heaven. It was perfect in every regard and beautiful beyond belief. So much of this realm felt perfect, but there was also something off. After breathing the pure air long enough, they realized the problem was within themselves. Their essence had been warped so much after centuries of living on Avalon that even the realm of humanity felt alien to them. The perfection resonated and reverberated within each of their bodies, but it felt painful. The feeling of shame or guilt wrenched within, hitting in their stomach, as though something unspeakable was divinely askew. Before them were the opulent walls of the castle of Corbenic. They were here to find the exemplar of humanity, whoever that would be. Walking towards the castle, everything was in order. Two knights then charged from the gates of the castle, their armor blazing like stars. Instead of greeting the adventurers, they raised their weapons. Despite having bested a fair number of exceptional combatants at this point, these knights were like another being entirely. Their strikes made the adventurers feel like their arms were merely sticks. Disarming the five, the knights dismounted and forced the adventurers to the ground. The two then tied the adventurers' hands without a word, despite their protests. The angelic warriors, untouched by the adventurers' strikes, transported the intruders to Corbenic's castle. It all looked impossible, like a concept made reality. The ivory walls towered above the rivers, lakes, and hills below. The knights led the five to the dungeon, where they were put into a cell, just as pristine as the rest of the realm, clean, beautiful, and picturesque. After an hour of asking for the guard, the adventurers realized it was pointless. No one would listen, and the guards were perfect in their patrolling of the prison. There was no escape. After several hours passing, finally, a woman in white robes approached the cell with an apology. She explained that the king of the realm sensed something sinister and inhuman entering Corbenic, and he had ordered his knights to deal with this intrusion. Hearing the description of the five, the king decided to speak with them. The beautiful lady led them outside to the fresh air. A pleasant smell of fruits and pastry fills the air. Merry music echoes from within the castle, with walls blindingly white, rising from a clear lake. Everything feels so serene. You could stare for hours and soak up all the sights, but the temperature makes you sweat, and the vibrant colors unnerve. Trying to find clarity, the adventurers walked to some of the citizens and servants, asking about Corbenic. They all knew the castle like the back of their hand, but once the five began asking about things beyond the walls, the denizens were confused. It seemed that they had no knowledge beyond the castle of Corbenic, nor understood where they even were. Unnerved, the adventurers stuck close together and walked towards the center of the castle, to the throne room. An old servant led them to the king. Walking into the grand throne room, there was no one on the throne, but the servant paid no mind. He brought the five to a small door in an adjoining corridor. You emerge at the hidden shore, where a man in simple clothes sits with a fishing rod in his hands. He looks at you with anticipation. Do you have it? Have you learned the question? The king finally says. He notices your confusion, smiles warmly, and says, I apologize. I see you came here with different purpose. What is it you seek? Confused and ignoring the first questions, the adventurers asked if the king knew of the exemplar and who it is. Oddly, the name of the Fisher King came to their minds when they addressed the Lord, and it seemed the Fisher King didn't mind the title or even notice. Looking in the vast distance in the great beyond, the Fisher King explained that there is a relic found to the east that is the exemplar of humanity. He explained, I decided to move the cup from the castle, for despite all its beauty, its sight pained me greatly, the king says. Go to the temple and take it. It will be reborn here anyway, made whole by the memories of countless worlds that help it exist. Take it and do whatever you want in your world. I'm not a part of it, not anymore. Obviously, the king spoke a little bit in riddles and will become a subject for a future video. It seems that what the king is implying is that there are countless human realities that all add to the creation of the true Holy Grail. Also, that the Grail is recreated over and over. This will be a little bit of a spoiler, but I do believe there is an infinite cycle that exists in the Tainted Grail universe. Regardless, the adventurers were baffled by the king's statements that had a heading to the east. I will say, the king made a number of strange claims, but again, I will mull it over in the future in a Tainted Tale video, since it'll be a long tangent. The five left the impossibly perfect castle and made their way eastward. Crowds of hundreds abounded as they walked. The sound of cheers and music rang in the adventurers' ears. Getting closer, they saw knights of varying banners duel before the crowd, with the sight of mages performing magic tricks for children on the hills before them. Gazing at the fight between knights, they looked like perfect specimens. Each move and strike were made with equal ferocity and skill. The tournament between the knights passed by, and all handled themselves with perfect chivalry, almost to a fault. Before the adventurers knew it, it was evening, and they were forced to make camp for the night. The crowds dispersed and went in random directions. As the adventurers went to bed, they realized an absurdity. There wasn't nearly enough room in Corbenic for the crowd to lie their head, and this strange realm had boundaries. So where did the thousands of people go? This impossibility again unnerved the five. The following day, just as the crowds magically left, they magically appeared from nowhere to join the never-ending tournament. Ignoring the festivities now, they proceeded east till they came across the temple which the Fisher King had mentioned. It was known as the Sanctum. The Sanctum had towers rising several dozen feet into the sky, reaching to the clouds. Priests and priestesses surrounded the grounds in pearly white robes. Who appeared to be the high priest and high priestess of the All-Mother Sanctum, approached the adventurers with a smile and told them that they already know of their quest. Leading the five through the sanctum, they were led to a pedestal with the True Grail, its radiance so powerful that the adventurers knelt and they could feel tears well up in their eyes. Ignoring their responses, the priest took the Grail and gave it to the five, telling them that there was no need to be afraid, for they cannot taint something so pure, and that it will return to the sanctum soon. Knowing they didn't belong here, and that they got what they came for, the adventurers went back west to the castle and to the forest beyond. However, the realm refused to let them leave, as though the physical laws of this world didn't allow passage. With no one providing answers as to how to leave, not even the king, the adventurers began to feel the panic of being stuck in this strange, unnerving realm forever. Not knowing what to do, they tried again and again to head west, to no avail. Eventually, as their bodies grew tired, the adventurers decided that despite the fear, they had to sleep. Feeling out of place in Corbenic, they set up camp outside the castle. As they slept one by one, they entered a dream that felt more so like a vision. The adventurers became intimately aware that they were dreaming, and they felt two wills fight within, one telling them to stay, while the other urged that all they had to do was wake up and they'd return to Avalon. Fighting within to return to the reality that they knew, they opened their eyes to the familiar stars on Avalon, with snow dusting their faces. They accomplished their quest. The true Holy Grail was in their possession. This one object was the exemplar of humanity and what it means to be human. Holding this in their grasp, they knew powers beyond imagination could be performed with this relic. Now they had to decide what to do with it. King Arthur tried to create the Grail through sheer will during the Age of Legends, and his grand plan ultimately failed, and the Grail ended up tainted. What the adventurers had was the real deal. This was it. If Arthur had the true Grail during the Age of Legends, surely he would have used it to transform Avalon, as the Pale Lady now was encouraging. The fact that the once and future king would have gone straight to the heart of Tuathan with this artifact, if he was alive, gave that decision a lot of credence. However, this island belonged originally to the Foredwellers, and that decision was decided by the gods themselves for the Foredwellers to control this land. Surely upending that order would cause some chaos and cosmic amounts of disorder. The decision was far beyond their pay grade, but it was up to them to make it. Alternatively, they could attempt to make an equilibrium like the mouths of Tuatha appeared to desire, where the heart of Tuatha was controlled by the Foredwellers to operate the soul cycle, but the menhirs would be reworked to allow for the remnants of humanity to survive mainland Avalon. Though the third option seemed like the best of both worlds, if there was anything the adventurers knew, they knew there could never be peace. Whether a human king or a Foredweller lord instigating it, war was inevitable. And the most likely result of that war would lead to human extinction, especially without having another King Arthur to save humanity like the last time. Regardless of their choice, the menhirs needed to be reworked and the Black Drifter had to be slain. The menhirs had to work in unison, while the Black Drifter, whatever this strange entity was, had to be eliminated from existence since it fed off the menhirs. Delaying making the decision, the expedition made their way south to where the mouths advised them to go for the Stone Shaper's tools, the only artifact capable of fixing or altering the menhir's power. Using the tunnel system, the expedition emerged back at Devastation, the ancient Foredweller library, and the closest point to the ancient Dalriatan home, the Forlorn Swords, the rumored dwelling of the only set of Stone Shaper tools on Avalon. The adventurers expected to come across a ruin from the last age. They had heard no word from civilization this far south. It was just an icy, empty wasteland. Nearing the titanic swords, they saw it loom in the distance. The enormous swords dwarf even the mountains. One lies on its side, its blade reaching the bleeding land, its pommel obscured by the mists in the east. A ruined building nestles under its edge. You notice a village hanging high above between the remaining two swords, an enormous hammock stretched under the gray sky. This was it. This town, hanging precariously between two aging swords, was where the village of Quanacht resided. This was where the journey began in the extremely long saga of the game. The people of Quanacht refused to die, and did everything in their power to keep going through the ages. They refused death, no matter the apocalypse or war. As long as humanity survived, Quanacht would be counted among them. A very brief addendum: after the adventurers left Corbenic, several days had passed, and Avalon was even colder now than when they had entered the realm. Anyhow, after 1,000 years, this was the end of the massive Arthurian tale in the vestiges of Quanacht, a city named after the famed warrior who saved humanity during the Age of Winds. The adventurers saw an elevator at the bottom of the swords with a few guards operating the system for travelers going to and from the village. Stepping onto the platform, it began to move shakily as they went hundreds of feet to reach Quanacht. As they crested to see the village properly, they were greeted with spears. Apparently, there had been a recent murder, and the village was on high alert. Insisting that they had nothing to do with that, Quanacht decided to trust the adventurers and let them in. Asking around, they soon realized that the individual killed was their smith and the owner of the Stone Shaper tools. Imploring for more details, they learned a strange creature climbed the swords and killed her in the night, taking only the tools. This disturbed the adventurers, rightly so, as not only these tools were precious and important, but what were the odds that a strange creature would steal them the day before the adventurers got there? Taking a brief meeting to try to figure out what entity could be behind such a move, They came up with nothing. Investigating the scene, they learned that there was a blood trail leading to the east toward the island asylum. Apparently, the smith had bloodied the creature in the scuffle. Leaving Quinacht with their condolences, the adventurers rappelled down and again traversed the snow to the ancient necropolis. Recognized in the past ages as the Island Asylum, it was now known as the Iron Gate. The northern wind carries ominous whispers, along with the smell of burned flesh, stirring unpleasant feelings. You approach a massive iron gate leading into a fortress, or, as the legends say, a necropolis full of undead monsters. Other stories blame this place for every disease in Avalon, from simple colds to the formidable Red Death. A wall now surrounded the old island asylum, with a single giant gate, the only passageway in or out. Nearing the walls, the sounds of groaning and gurgling from hundreds of voices touched the adventurers' ears. Examining the gate, recently someone or something attempted to unlock it. The possibility of thousands of Red Death monsters escaping into Avalon would only end in total destruction of what life remained. Who would do such a thing? Scaling the wall, Bayul climbed to the top with her bird companion and looked down into the necropolis. The residents of the asylum now looked monstrous, with their skin shed upon the ground, like a covering of red flesh and tissue. Climbing down, the adventurers convened, and they had a thought. What if one of them had escaped and tried to free the others? A creature like that would surely look like a monster to Quinacht. Did it steal the tools to break the door? Unsettled, the adventurers saw the bloody trail head northward toward the old charred conclave. Stepping upon the icy sea, they walked north. Climbing up from the sea, they had a vantage point of the area. Oddly, the charred conclave, now known as the Forbidden Cage, was the most tame sight to behold in this area. The blood continued northeast, past their home of Mangrove Huddle, and based upon the tracks, it wouldn't be long now before they found their prey. Finally, they reached Menhir Meadow, a place where people carved menhirs out of ice to surround a real menhir. It was a disturbing sight for some inexplicable reason. However, what was far more unnerving was a nearby building that had a 6-foot diameter hole. Glowing blue crystals surrounded the edges, and the hole looked like a black void. This strange state was how it used to be, but now it was even weirder. The meadow has changed. The ice statues were reshaped into claws, pointing toward the menhir in the center. Blood stains everything, especially the menhir in the center. It has new runes painted on its surface. Before the hole in the building stands a man, painting red symbols around it. He turns around, exposing his scarred face. His lidless, bloodshot eyes gaze upon you intensely. "It's you. I haven't seen you for ages, literally," he laughs. "It took you long enough, but you can finally return the favor. Come, help me here." The request felt more like a command, and the adventurers realized this crazy monster was the same individual from Corbenic who raved like a madman, talking about the end of the world. Some of the adventurers offered to help, while others drew their blades. In the disarray, the maniac worked on the remaining runes, and the portal widened rapidly. Stunned, the adventurers could just watch as the man threw the Stoneshaper's tools at their feet and said to consider it a gift as he jumped into the void. The man, the portal, and the building it was placed upon
suddenly vanished, and the adventurers were left to be in confusion. For the viewer, I'm sure that this doesn't make much sense, but I will go on a brief tangent to explain. This madman was Durga, also known as Wormtoe, which, by the way, is Maggot's former master. His motivations are unclear, though he did once say he desired to find a vulnerable area to rule. After entering the portal, however, Wormtoe reappeared in the Homelands 1,000 years ago, before the Age of Legends, where he became Patient Zero of the Red Death and caused the Red Death apocalypse. Of course, the adventurers didn't know this and were left with the tools that Wormtoe will give them, no matter their decision. It appears that them getting the Stoneshaper tools was in Wormtoe's interest, but we are left to speculate what those interests even are. Now, with the tools, the adventurers had to make the decision once and for all. As explained, I decided that I will only go over what happens with the equilibrium choice till the epilogue, since that is what you generally agree is what the adventurers would do. To forge Avalon into a state of equilibrium for humanity and for dwellers to live, they now had to repair the menhirs with the tools. To do so, they had been advised by the mouths of Tuatha that the archives beneath Camelot would likely have writings on shaping the menhirs to guide them. Using the path going along the large cliff face, the adventurers traversed upward toward the citadel. Cresting the cliff, they entered the empty burrow and walked east to the castle. However, they realized they couldn't see Camelot anymore. Thinking there may have been a strange fog obscuring the view, they kept walking. Finally, the foundation in which Camelot was built upon was before them. Sure enough, the citadel was gone. The cliff had collapsed while they were in Corbenic, and Camelot plummeted into the sea below. Luckily for the adventurers, they just needed to go into Undercastle, which remained untouched and now easier to access. They traveled to the archives, where they found the menhir rites weeks earlier. Sifting through the countless tomes and scrolls, they spent several hours poring over the writings. Eventually, they came across notes written by Nimue and Arthur during the Golden Age. They described their attempts to make the menhir rites more efficient and how to stabilize the statues for longer periods of time. Nimue also described her tests on the menhirs, which gave the adventurers great insight into how to repair them. Even if they weren't trained on the subject, they felt confident that they could revert the menhirs to their former glory. With the tools collected, the next step was to repair them. The adventurers had to go to the Eye of the Void, the Weeping Watcher, the Forest Sanctuary, and the Caustic Meadow. These 4 locations, with menhirs activated, could cover eastern Avalon virtually in its entirety to repel the weirdness. Going first to the Eye of the Void, the previous menhir meadow, the void grew chaotic and larger. In order to repair the menhir, the adventurers had to fight the pull of the void with painstaking steps. Feeling as though their very skin was being wrenched, they made it to the menhir and slowly cleaned the blood and ice off the runes while carving new ones. Clinging to the statue while carving, they eventually succeeded before fighting their way back to safety. The next statue was found in the Weeping Watcher. This massive titanic head was the home of a settlement that housed many animals and people. It was likely the safest place on all of Avalon during this age, and the people enjoyed their comfort. Not asking for permission, the adventurers immediately began carving the symbols, and shockingly enough, the citizens didn't even say a word about it, and in fact, some even thanked them for their hard work. After several hours, they finished the second set of carvings. Leaving the settlement cordially, they went to the forest sanctuary next. At this location, the men here initially looked well tended to and wouldn't need work, but upon closer examination, it had been worked on by the locals. They must have attempted to relight the menhir or repair it many times, and most of the runic symbols had been worn to the point of being useless. Having to redo the old carvings and add new ones, they eventually repaired the forest sanctuary as well. Finally, they went to the caustic meadow. Trenches brimming with black sludge taint the meadow's purity. Snow melts with a loud hiss as it touches the liquid. You shudder each time you hear it. A lone, worn menhir stands between the ditches, bearing marks of frequent Black Drifter visits. The creature must nest nearby, most likely to the west, where you saw its shadow recently. This was where Sir Yvain made his last stand 400 years ago during the fall of Avalon to save the rest of the first expedition. The ground still had the chalk markings which Merlin had requested to be done back in the Age of Legends, which made massive druidic symbols visible from the sky. In the center of one of these symbols was the menhir, utterly ruined by the Black Drifter after centuries of consumption. It was clear the Black Drifter's home was nearby, and the adventurers had to be on watch. It was so damaged that the adventurers had to find new pieces to replace the Weirdstone in order to operate. After a lot of work, ingenuity, and problem solving, the menhir was repaired in a ragtag way. However, despite the shoddy job, it was working. The menhir activated with ease, and a lightness hit the adventurers, assuring them of its power working as intended. All that was left was slaying the Black Drifter. They had accomplished every knightly duty and quest up to this point. It would end with one final legendary duel between a force of nature and the 5 guardians of Avalon. Having fought this ethereal beast a dozen times in the past, they knew the inefficacy of their strikes. However, seeing as it would always run away when they seemed to land a blow, they theorized it was regenerating itself to maintain its impenetrable form. What if they found it in its lair so that it had nowhere to run? They knew it nested near the caustic meadow. Knowing how obliterated her last party was, Fayul urged that if they were really going to do this, they needed to find all the allies that they could. It all came down to this, and she believed that most of those that would enter a fight with this creature when its life was on the line would surely die, even if they ended up winning. Its claws would strike through steel as though it was paper thin. Depending on the choices that they made during the campaign, the adventurers were able to recruit allies willing to risk their lives to kill the Black Drifter, namely a 4-dweller warrior from the Last City, a couple of children of Morrigan from the Howling Nest, a few pilgrims from the Weeping Watcher, or several hunters from the Forest Sanctuary. Regardless of who they brought, they now had a small retinue, including Lancelot, who never left their side. West from the caustic meadow was the Tranquil Lake, the old home of Orin during the fall of Avalon. It was here that the Black Drifter made its nest. As you move forward, it grows warmer and warmer. First, the wet snow sticks to your boots. Then, white and violet flowers appear. Finally, at the edge of a lake, you spot green grass. The lake isn't frozen. It looks like an enormous bucket of melted snow, or a tiny sea without the ice floats. Dilapidated huts stand by the shore. Something clearly destroyed the settlement. A giant construction made of wood and stone floats in the center of the lake. This bizarre location was the home of the Black Drifter, but it was nowhere in sight. At the edge of the lake, a broken boat sat on the shore. People lived here once after the fall of Avalon and populated the area. As Fayul looked into the lake, she saw something dark beneath the structure in the center. Fearlessly, she decided to swim toward it to investigate what is in the building. Reaching the structure and ignoring the screaming fear of a massive object under her, she found several corpses of people and animals within, along with magical trinkets. Heading back to shore, she explained what she saw to the group. Mabd, the most knowledgeable of the bunch, had no idea and knew no tale of the settlement. Unable to glean any useful information to give themselves an edge against the Black Drifter, they decided it was now time. Scouting out the lake, they realized that the Black Drifter wasn't there. Fear crept in as they wondered if it could be destroying all their work in carving runes into the menhirs. Sloane looked at the area and decided that they needed to lay a trap. Fighting in the structure would have been precarious, and fighting on the shore was a death sentence. Using their allies and preparing nets, they found a spot near the huts where they could lie in wait. Having collected countless magical trinkets on their adventures, the five placed them in a pile nearby, hoping to lure the Black Drifter. After casting magic, they then waited for its arrival. In the middle of ensuring that everyone had their watches synchronized, Neve saw black wings in the distance, with a red-tinted sky behind it. Scrambling to hide, they could only hope they hadn't been spotted. Heart pumping and Dagon's heart condition pushing him to the brink in anticipation, the Black Drifter didn't seem to notice and landed near the trap. Signaling to loose the nets, the Black Drifter was trapped. Spears stuck at it from their allies, and the five charged the beast. Initially, it focused on draining them of their life force, sucking out the magic from their artifacts. Forcing their way forward to hit the creature, they hacked at it, till it finally realized this wasn't just foolish prey thinking that they were hunters. The Black Drifter was in dire straits. Slicing through the nets with its ethereal claws, it sliced at the five with its razor-like bone before screeching with ferocity, terrifying Fayul, who then went into a panic. Seeing this, Sloane charged, hoping to take the heat off of her. The Drifter slashed at the aged warrior, slicing through his hauberk and chest. Holding his wound with one hand and his family sword Khalidbolg in the other, he ordered Dagon to rush in to keep the Drifter off Fayul. Before Dagon could react, the weird huntress, instead of running in her fright, attacked with reckless abandon and tears flowing. Remembering all of her fallen comrades, she lost everything to this creature and already decided her death was a foregone conclusion. Terrifying her just made her more certain that today was her day to die, as it confirmed her certainty. Seeing the chaos unfold, Neve, Dagon, and Mabd ran in. With a single swipe, Mabd was rendered out of the fight, the claws sinking deep enough to cause massive bleeding. Neve went down next, getting backhanded and immediately knocked out. The desperation grew, and Dagon felt his heart begin to give out, and saw the Drifter now using its regenerative power. Being a large man, Dagon had no way to dodge the attacks from the Drifter. He was its next target, and Dagon ignored it as it turned its shadowy face in his direction. Instead, focusing on hacking at its ethereal flesh with his cleaver. Feeling it begin to bleed, Dagon smiled as it was success enough to make a godlike being bleed before it then sliced into the cook's huge stomach, causing him to hold his wound for fear of his organs spilling. No longer feeling in danger against a mere two, the Black Drifter stopped regenerating, changing its focus to slaying the remaining combatants. With only Sloane and Fayul in the fight, and both impaired, Sloane's tactical mind was useless. All he could do was fight to the last breath, and to honor the Roche family name. Seeing where Dagon had made the creature bleed, Sloane had his heading and aimed for the limb. Biding his time for the perfect moment, Sloane struck. With a singular strike, the old warrior hit the wound with precision, and the creature roared in anger. Swatting at Sloane, he was thrown several dozen feet and fell into a heap with multiple broken bones. The last of the adventurers, Fayul, was all that remained. Though now insane and in a fury, her instincts took over, reminded of the hundreds of weird monsters that she had slain in her long life as a weird huntress. Calling upon the weirdness, she used it to temporarily dampen the Black Drifter's ethereal form before jumping forward like a hellion and thrusting her spear through its head. Flickering in and out of corporeality, the Black Drifter thrashed and thrashed to no avail. With a great fall, it collapsed onto the beach. The Black Drifter, the terror of Avalon, was defeated. The 5 adventurers were all now on the ground due to exhaustion or severe wounds. Their quest was finally over, and Avalon was freed. Examining the corpse of the Black Drifter, it appeared that this was a spiritual being born from an unknown dead village built upon the ruins of Oren's home. Whatever caused its existence, it seemed like a spiritual force of nature. It was afraid of the weirdness, warded against it, and even willed itself some children. It was an enigma, but it seemed to have survived as the will to keep human reality alive despite its waning. I'd love to know what you guys think this thing was in the comments. The only links I see are possibly ones tied to Oren, the Eternal Winter's Beginning, seeing as that was when it made its first appearance, and the Age of Legends, since it is said that this is when it was born. And of course, the Menhirs. Sometimes I have wondered if the Black Drifter was some entity accidentally freed in the Age of Legends, like when the Guardians of Avalon were first created. Maybe it was the supplanted Guardian of Avalon before humanity's arrival. Just an idea. Whoever survived the last battle then made a pact. The Menhir knowledge had been held close to the chest of the Druids for centuries, and this is what led the crises that followed to becoming more complex. Therefore, they decided that they would spread the knowledge of Menhirs to all peoples of Avalon, to do with it what they will. Perhaps keeping this knowledge to the Druids and powers that be alone was a mistake, and it was best to let others in on the secret, like what remained of the Alchemist Guild, Mangrove Huddle, Quinox Artisans, and all those scientifically or religiously inclined. In the years that followed, a group called the Wandering Storytellers would periodically spread all the knowledge of Menhirs to various groups, including the results of tests and studies. This method was used to ensure keeping the Menhirs alive and well permanently. With the cold gradually brought to tolerable levels and the weirdness banished, civilization returned. Humanity would have to find their way back to their former glory, if they ever could. I will say that in my humble opinion, I think that this state of Avalon was probably the best to make the official TTRPG set in. I mean, the world is new again. The Dungeon Master could make lore as he pleases, or the Dungeon Master's guidebook could have had preset factions that rose up or survived from the rich lore that Tainted Grail has. There are so many mysteries and places to go from here. Like, I mean, where is Arthur, right? Last we saw him was 400 years ago. There's so much you could do with that, so much you could do with Excalibur. There's so much that you could do with the surviving Four Dwellers, the princes, like who's in charge, but anyway, it's too late now. As for the other alternate endings, which there are technically 3 alternates, I will very briefly go over them, as diving deep into it would likely be confusing as there are tons of branching paths. Plus, I want you guys to enjoy the game too if you want to get it, and maybe you'd be interested in making your own story. Anyhow, the brief big decisions. One alternate decision was to return Avalon to a four-dweller realm. In this event, only one detail is really certain. Humanity is annihilated from Avalon. As the days pass, the weirdness swallowed up village after village. Even Quinacht didn't survive, and the Four Dwellers let humanity die out with a single exception: the All-Father cult. For one reason or another, they created a haven in the forest near Quinacht, and the Four Dwellers let them remain. The remaining cultists were used as a resource for the Four Dwellers, as they would help them commune with their dead who passed on. The other semi-human group that would survive in this ending would have been the Children of Morrigan, who had taken the transformation to be bestial beings. I'm not sure if they count though. The other decision is split into two different situations. First, if the adventurers brought the True Grail and not the Tainted Grail to perform the final ritual to make Avalon a human realm, they would have done so at the Serene Visage. From there, they would have banished the weirdness entirely. Weird creatures would die in moments, their being unable to live in a weirdless environment. The Pale Lady would have died with a smile, as Arthur's vision would have finally been realized after 1,000 years. All the Four Dwellers would have gone extinct though. She would be hailed as a savior and given a hero's burial. Days pass, and soon the adventurers would grow severely ill. Humanity, it would seem, had been transformed so much over the centuries of living on Avalon that a massive culling ensued. Only a tiny handful survived, as most perished as those weird touched passed on. Morrigan's children lost their powers as they used the weirdness to transform and fuel them. Knowing that they would all soon die to the last man, Morrigan decided to abandon Avalon. The entire population of Avalon may have been in the double digits, but after a few centuries, humanity once again began forming cultures and building castles. With all the dangers of Avalon gone, it was a perfect realm built on the foundation of Arthur's dream. Alternatively, if the Tainted Grail had been used instead when the ritual was enacted at the Weeping Watcher, the Pale Lady would have known immediately and panicked. A very sinister force would have been infused into the menhirs, but it was too late. The adventurers didn't quite understand it either, as they had made a deal with unknown consequences. The Allfather had altered the Grail to allow for his power to flourish. So, when the culling occurred and that had killed most of humanity, his followers were preserved. Being the majority of Avalonians then, the Allfather demanded the death of all who didn't bend the knee to him. Soon, the only humans left alive were Allfather worshippers, and they crafted Avalon into whatever image they desired, becoming the Allfather's realm. Those were all the endings for Avalon, but the Guardians would have a different finale. For this, I'm just going to read the verses to let Awakened Realms writers tell the ending, but I will set the scene. The adventurers would return to Corbenic before the end, regardless of the decision made, whether going at the end of their lives from old age, needing the weirdness, or being consumed by the weirdness. They made their way back to the pearly, perfect realm. Amidst the airy dream that is Corbenic, behind the mists alight with gold, you find the Fisher King, still stooped over his oaken rod at the edge of a woodland lake. His wary eyes watch the water for ripples. The walls of the castle shine a pristine white, reflected in both his gaze and the mirrored surface of the lake. You hear only the buzz of dragonflies and your own heartbeat in this realm of contemplation. So you've witnessed my failings, the king says. You were there in the beginning, at humanity's fall, and at the end. You followed a path that began in the depths of Tuathan, and through many different lives, ended with the fate of Avalon in your hands alone. Tell me, after all this, do you know the right question? Are you prepared to ask it? As you contemplate carefully, memories flood your mind. Hundreds of incarnations across all time, of all sizes and genders, all imparted with the same guardian spirit of the same color, whisper to you in a single voice. Their collective knowledge leads you to a simple conclusion. What is your ultimate question? Whom does the Grail serve? The Fisher King smiles beneath his beard and slowly nods. So simple a question, isn't it? And the answer is likewise. So whom does the Grail serve in the end? The kingdom? The gods? The knights and kings of our mortal world? Yet again, an answer comes to you effortlessly. The Grail serves only those who seek it. A fact that took me all too long to understand, the Fisher King says with a sigh. The Grail was made to be sought, not to be found. It is a goal to which we strive, but never achieve. You see, a person could have all the riches and happiness of the world, yet they would still desire more. The return of a loved one from the dead, a frontier unseen, a new life in a different time, in a different world. Humans are not designed to be content with what we have. We desire always what lies beyond the next hill, or around the next bend in the road. And the Grail, well, it provides us with the ultimate, purest goal. The morning wind chases away the mists, and the castle on the lake shimmers blindingly like a mirage. The first time I stepped into Tuathan, I was sure the Grail was a missing piece of my legend. I thought that if I created one of weirdness, all would be complete. I was never meant to find the Grail, though no one is. In my arrogance, I used a primal, dangerous power to obtain that which should remain unobtainable. As he speaks, you find it hard to focus on his words. Your shoulders feel peculiarly light. The ground beneath your feet seems to dissolve. Do not be alarmed, the Fisher King says. You asked the right question. In very few legends of the Grail, there is one capable of doing that. The Grail has accepted you. As everything dissolves into pure light, you hear the distant final words of the Fisher King, of Arthur Pendragon, the once and future king. Time to begin anew. As the blinding light subsides, new roads spring into existence before your eyes. Overlaid atop one another like panes of glass, you feel you only must focus on one to bring it to fruition. Wherever the radiant light of the Grail reaches, you may now travel, your name ingrained in one of the variations of this primal myth. The promise of countless journeys spurs your heart to beat faster. Still, there's something you must leave behind. The guardian spirit Arthur unknowingly conjured out of the weirdness to protect his Avalon, reborn in countless bodies over a millennium, may never leave this island. You say your farewell as it fades from you, a cloud of unrecognizable color that dulls to gray. Time to begin anew, Arthur told you. Your spirit feels light, your feet unladen. You have no destiny, you have no part in any grand design, just a wandering soul on a trail. Without hesitation, you whistle an old tune and take your first step. And so, that is how the game ends ultimately. I still believe that there is some obvious hints to the idea of an eternal cycle with beginning anew over and over again. However, I want to end the lore series with a more intriguing note. Long ago, before the Age of Legends or the Menhirs, the Everdweller sat in the sky of Avalon, ensuring everything worked as it should with the soul cycle. It had the ability to look into possible futures, and in one that it found absurd, Avalon was invaded by humanity. Eventually, after millennium, Arthur would return from the dead, having gathered armies of Fordwellers, Fomorians, and humans working in unison under Arthur's banner, as all hailed him as the only one worthy of being called king. He was the King of Kings. Manning so many boats that you couldn't see the water, they left Avalon. In simple fisherman's clothes, Arthur stood with his hands calmly clasped behind his back as they traveled further than Avalon and soon came to the shores of the land beyond the stars to fight the gods themselves in the heavens. The Everdweller found this possible future as ridiculous, for who would follow a lowly fisherman or name him king of all men, let alone all Fordwellers and Fomorians? After the Everdweller left his perch in the heavens prior to the Age of Legends, it seems he lost his ability to see into the future the same way he used to with his many eyes. But he would remember that vision as domino after domino fell, leading to that future he thought impossible.